Hey everybody, welcome to the show. We are playing D&D live for you tonight. Dark and Hungry God Arises. I am going to let my characters and players introduce themselves real quick. But before I do, just a couple things. If you haven't joined our Discord server, please consider joining. We have been doing some really cool updates to the Discord server, and it would be awesome if you got in there, checked out what you're doing, become a part of the community. You can chat with the players. They're almost always available in there to hang out and talk D&D. As well as opportunities to submit applications to play in future campaigns. So check that out on the Discord server. Also, all of this is brought to you by our subscribers and patrons, and those of you who are willing to give donations. That's what allows us to keep doing what we're doing. So if you like and enjoy our games and what's going on here, considering becoming a patron, and we're super grateful for everyone out there who allows us to continue to do this every week. Without further ado, if you want to get started with Visir, let's get going.
Hey everybody, I'm Alex. I play Vasir. He is a wonderfully affable little chap, a monk that is using the subclass of the Way of the Astral Arms, which is something that may or may not come into play. It always depends on the day. But yeah, I'll be essentially trying to be the moralizer of the group, much to everyone's dismay.
Hey all, my name is Kim. I'll be playing Mirth, Tiefling Bard, the resident arcanist of the group, as well as the little less moral, the little dip in our moral compass as of right now.
Nor?
Hi, I'm Noor. I'll be playing Luna, the party's cleric, and yeah.
Hi, I'm David. I play Angus, the party's rogue. He is of the revived archetype. And if you point a magnet at a compass and the needle just spins, that's pretty much where he is morally. Just spinning in circles.
Hi, I'm the Loophole King. I will be playing Sarani. I don't have any morals because I'm a plant and I'm 6 months old.
That's pretty true. We have a lot of conversations about morality and alignment in this game. It's well, let's not get into it. We could end up talking about it for the next hour and a half. I'm the Mark Knight. I am your dungeon master this evening, and every evening that you tune in, we are in the town of Anchor. The heroes have encountered a coming swarm of evil fungi that have overtaken the vegetation and life within the swamps around Anchor. Creatures have been succumbing to this fungal growth and turning into plant zombies. They have caused havoc both on the surface and down below, where the Myconid colony that they encountered has turned into a sort of a cult of the goddess of rot and decay. They have returned to the town of Anchor with this terrible news in order to convince the town that it would be in their best interest to evacuate the swamp. They've seen some resistance as the mayor owes a lot of money to a pair of gangsters who are running a cooper and shipwrights shop, but are truly smuggling in illegal goods into Oregon. And well, they're trying to convince all parties necessary in town that this is what needs to happen. So I'll let you all take it over. When we last left off, I believe several of you were in the bar and had just asked yourselves the question, have any of you seen Luna? And Luna was out on a rocky pier, or a sandy pier, trying to contact those she knows and loves in her home village in order to determine the well-being of her family and friends. And so we'll pick up there with all of you in the cracked hull, sitting at the bar. The question has just floated through.
Sorry, what was the question?
Has anyone seen Luna?
Right. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm already like annoyed because I'm out 25 gold putting out Mirth's fires, and if I stick around him too much longer, considering how smug he's being about it, I'm probably gonna punch him in the face. So I'm gonna see if I can find Luna. Just like leave that whole scenario and go do that instead.
Okay.
Angus is
Mirth
still...
grins as he walks out. Gives him a little
Angus
wave.
is still just drowning his sorrows in a flask of ale. Has looked down and seen the braces that he's wearing and the spider symbol on them. And just starts sort of tapping on it idly, looking across at Mirth. I think I have the kernel of an idea. You still have the slippers of spider climb, right?
I'll look down at my feet. Yeah, I think so.
If we can convince Gerd that these are braces of spider climb, he might take them for 1,500 gold. It's a little duplicitous, but it might work.
Who is Gerd? I've heard the name.
Gerd is the organized crime boss that we are currently trying to recruit to help lead the people safely to Twiland Hill. And we needed to collect 2,000 gold pieces from the mayor to settle debts for Gerd, and the mayor had only 500 gold pieces worth of jewelry, so I'm currently trying to find something of value we can use to bargain with.
So we're dealing with a crime boss.
Pretty much, yeah.
In this, oh wow, that's impressive. What's he go to his name? Like 5 barrels of fish and a few coins?
This is a port town. He has contraband goods. Things that aren't really welcome on the continent, but which there is a market for regardless.
Does he have like... I make a little like discreet motion with my hand. Does he have, yummies?
I didn't really get much of a look in his warehouse. He's got a lot of fancy booze, some religious stuff you'd probably be interested in.
That is all I needed to hear, my friend.
But
so we need to call him out of 1,500.
Yeah. Can we settle the debt we're currently trying to help the mayor repay before we rob him blind and run?
The one that I, sidled him out of. It was only like 400 and a little bit.
Are you talking about the deal you made with the blacksmith?
Yeah, that one.
Vasir,
Yeah,
kind of.
Speaking of that, yeah, what happened with Arms? Did he talk to him, right?
Yeah, whatever you requested, I don't think the blacksmith's still working on it. Vasir kind of blew the lid on the writ that you have being fake.
That's unfortunate. Maybe I'll convince him to another time. So we have to get together the debt that the mayor Wait, so the arms paid the guy, yes? That should mean it's all cleared up and no harm, no foul. We move on.
Visir paid for the copper thread that you got for Luna from the blacksmith. Gerd works on the docks. Different guy.
Yeah,
And
I know.
he-
But what the debt you're referring to from the mayor, is that the one I may have convinced him into entering, or the one that this Gerd fellow is holding him to?
Yeah, that was pre-existing debt that the mayor already had to Gerd. When
Okay,
I
well, that's
approached him, he basically said that if we help settle the debt, then he'll have no reason to stay here in Anchor, and so would be happy's not exactly the right word, but willing to protect whoever we can convince that they need to leave while they travel to Twiland Hill.
Saying he doesn't even want to be here.
Understand that
I need more booze.
just to kind of give a little context that I think would be something your characters would be aware of. So Gerd and his son are the only, like, Gerd's son Bart is the only quote unquote associate he has in Anchor, right? He's like a middleman, okay? It's not like he has an entire group of like he doesn't have like an entire band of tall fellows, gang members hanging out in the town, right? It's just the two of them.
But he does have an in with them.
But
and
he
can
has an
hopefully
in.
Maybe call in some favors.
Right. He has an in with the tall fellow, but he's a part of the tall fellows gang, and he has certain skills, right, and access to certain things.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, that's the situation at hand with Gerd. I just want to clear that up. Like, he's not like some big time crime boss who has an entire syndicate of criminals hiding somewhere in this small fishing village. So, yeah.
Nope. If he was that level of crime boss, he definitely wouldn't be an Anchor.
Yeah.
I don't want to be an Anchor. This town sucks.
And it's
Yeah,
not that
why?
he.
Yeah.
It's not that it would be unwilling to leave Anchor. It's that if he doesn't get his money, he's gonna skip town and fuck all to the rest of the people living there.
And like I said to Visir earlier, that's maybe our backup plan. If he leaves, it might convince people that leaving is a good idea. We just can't necessarily guarantee that they'll make it safely. But
Why
at the
don't we
same
go
time,
talk to this fellow?
What's that?
Why
Sorry.
can't I? What can I go talk to this Gerd person? I didn't talk to him the first time.
I
I'll
think
go
it's
talk to
safer
him
that you
now.
stay out of this, buddy.
if we're going to Zirani, we need to go as a united front. It needs to be all five of us go in there with the same plan, because it might not go well.
Okay, so the plan is we make him help the people get out of here before they all die horribly to the blight. Yes.
That
Yeah.
is what we are trying to convince
That's
him.
the idea. Good job.
Is there other
You-
people inside this bar?
No. Once your group kind of showed up, the bar emptied out a little bit.
So it's just us and the barkeep, right?
Yeah, it's Did we establish time of day? I guess it wouldn't be too late in the day, I don't think.
I think it was like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Yeah, that makes sense. So most people are most of the fishermen are still out fishing, right? So yeah, it's just you and the barkeep.
So, you there. Human I don't know.
Yes,
Here, please.
how can I help you, Mr. Plant that I don't know?
Do you have a name?
Of course. Oh goodness. Why am I blanking?
Remy.
Yes.
Remy, right?
You can call me Remy.
Remy, I am Surani. You wouldn't happen to have 1,500 gold, would you?
Not why? What are you selling?
No, we need to. Never
We're
mind.
trying to
Ignore the plant, my friend.
we're trying to save your city.
Well, I appreciate that, but if you want to get paid for such a thing, you'd probably want to go to a mayor, not a humble barkeep.
The mayor's the one that owes the money.
Ooh.
Remy, I'm
What?
really sorry about this. I think Vasir is organizing some kind of town meeting where we can give you more details. For the moment, and anything you've got that's not particularly perishable, you might want to start packing it ready for hitting the road.
This, Look, I just run a humble bar. I kind of need the building to make my money. I can't really do that if it's...
Well, I mean, you
I'm-
can't do that either if the evil demon queen comes and rips it to the ground. I'm pretty good at packing. If you want help, I can, give some tips.
I
Done
have
it, done it a few
had...
times.
I've had enough of adventurers in my life at this point. All you folk, you come into town, and you just... all kinds of disruptions.
Yeah, we're an awful rowdy bunch. Put the big fruits at the bottom. All right, Arms. You want to go see where we can find 1,000 and a bit lying around?
Who are you speaking to?
Oh, sorry, cards. David, Angus.
Yeah, I haven't been eating, so this booze is hitting me harder than normal. I think we find Vasir and Luna, if he's found where she is. We seriously need to put all 5 of our heads together and come up with some kind of a plan, because right now, the best plan as far as I can see is leave, and anybody who's smart enough to run will make it, and those who
That
die, hey,
That sounds like a great
that's
plan.
nature.
In agreement with it. Alright, let's go find Mr. Pole up his ass. Maybe I'll have a chat to the blacksmith on the way down to the docks.
You head out. In the meantime, while you were having that conversation, Vasir, where would you look for Luna?
Well, I would either try to find a place in town where one could be alone for a little bit, or I would probably, check the rooms upstairs.
She's not. Yeah, she's not upstairs, and you guys haven't had rooms here in a little while. You've been gone for a while.
Yeah.
But the best place to find someone who is taking some time to themselves is around the docks, and it's not long before you catch sight of her.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Vasir's gonna sidle up to Luna, kind of somewhat slowly, before kind of patting her on the shoulder. Hey, you all right?
Okay, so you see Luna basically in the worst in the worst state you have ever seen her. She's on her knees, not barely moving, almost crying. I think.
Vasir kind of scratches his head, not entirely knowing how to deal with this.
She moves her head in a way of saying no, she's not okay.
Something that you need to talk about?
I'm not sure where to start.
Well, he sort of wanders away from Luna and sits at the edge of the docks, kind of dangling his feet towards the water. I don't know. I guess just tell me what's bothering you the most, I guess.
She removes her cloak and some of her upper body clothes and tells you to look.
He glances over.
You look over and Luna's arm. I'm supposing this is what you're kind of revealing to him, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Luna's arm from like shoulder to mid forearm and her side, and kind of traveling down her side, depending on how much you see, is frozen. Like ice frozen. Almost crystallize in shards of ice.
How long has that been like that?
Around when we first entered the cave to look for Gerard.
Have you tried putting it next to some fires and such, or?
Yes, we've tried a lot of remedies. Nothing seems to work.
Okay. Do you know what caused it at all?
We're not entirely sure.
I
Perhaps.
assume it hurts.
Well, actually, I can't feel anything in that arm. And everything that freezes over, you just can't feel anything.
You just sort of
She kind of stops you there and she tells you that she's dying and her people might be dead and she's running out of time and she doesn't know what she's supposed to do.
wait. How do you know? Wait.
And that her only hope is Beraldi with his potion. The one he promised her that he was gonna try and brew her a potion to help her.
How do you know your people are dying? Is this like a sickness they have?
Well, it started with the oldest. We weren't able to cure them, so they froze. A few days later, people started dying left and right, so I had to leave my village to look for anything. And some people were talking, they were talking about a priest in a village far away, meaning Anchor. A priest found some sort of book that might help me. Turned out that was a dead end. I wasn't aware that I was also infected. But turned out I am. I tried contacting my people. There was no response, so I'm fearing the worst.
I'm not a healer or anything, and I also don't really know a whole lot about it. But there's priests in all sorts of towns that might be able to help. It's possible that your attempt to contact your family and them might just be blocked by something. That can always happen. I don't know. I'm not exactly the person to ask for solutions to things. But I think the main thing to bear in mind in something like this is that you're still around, and it's important to maybe focus on that and the fact that there's still things that you can do, whatever that might be.
The rest of you have started looking for Luna and Vasir to kind of discuss moving forward with your plan, and as you come down the hill from the cracked hole, you see them sitting together on this sandy bank down the hill.
Luna looks at Vasir and tell him quietly, "Thank you for coming. We'll continue later."
Right. Guess we have some stuff to take care of here first before we start thinking about other things.
Yeah.
And I believe we'll try and rendezvous with the rest of the group then.
Okay. You guys all catch up to each other by the docks.
Hey, ears.
Okay. What's going on, guys?
Here is the situation as it currently stands. Gerd Ionic requested that I, with your help if you wish to be included in this situation, I understand I did not consult with you before making this decision. But nonetheless, he has requested that we settle a debt of 2,000 gold pieces owed to him by the mayor. We have 1/4 of that in jewelry that the mayor has supplied. We have a little over 300 gold pieces in a pouch that we found among the belongings from those who ended up in that fungal graveyard. It's about 1/3 of the amount that we need. So I think we go in, lowball the offer of the jewelry, see if we can make it clear, because I mean that is the amount the mayor offered. If we're willing to, we could throw in the 300 that we have and see if that helps as well. Or we can reject Gerd's offer and accept that the people of Anchor may be on their own.
If I may interject, with your permission, Mr. Drummer Boy. If you're going about business with money as your only collateral, you're doing it wrong. I'm sure Gerd's look for the money.
I'm sure he does. I'm not entirely unfamiliar with the concept of comp and the way that it works. I can't say I'm 100% familiar with the idea of dealing with people who, I guess, are used to doing illegal things all the time.
I am.
But the concept of putting myself in the mind of somebody who perhaps is not one of virtue is something that I can do. I can conceive of things that you might find valuable beyond mere gold.
As I said,
An ace up your sleeve is better than a bunch of jacks in your hand.
he values his safety and the safety of his son more than anything. I was able to convince him that there is a threat. He's given us a couple of days to meet the deadline, but when that passes, he will leave. If we choose to ignore the situation as it stands and merely try to convince as many people as possible to leave, then we might be able to convince people to head to Twiland Hill. The question stands, will they be safe on the roads getting there? We can't really take time to defend them and come back. Who knows how much Warriga will gain in strength while we're escorting people. It's
I get it. This is something that we need to make sure that somebody else can handle for us. Somebody with a lot more manpower, especially. Even if we did go, and even if we didn't have anything to worry about as far as this place is concerned for a long period of time, chances are good we wouldn't be able to effectively protect everybody. We're talking about an entire village worth of people, a very, very long caravan being protected by what? Just us? I understand how impossible that sounds.
Yeah. We'll need him and his men. So, what do you say? Either we can go around searching for any additional ways to make a little bit of cash to bring our end on it down, or we can just go to him and propose a deal of our own that doesn't involve as much money as he asked for.
Yeah, I've got some ideas as to how to negotiate with him.
If you punch him or insult his
That's a last resort.
activities, okay, just checking. I'm sure he's a great guy once you get to know him.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, speaking of great guys, did you happen to talk to the very nice man who I commissioned something from?
Yeah, I believe I informed him that you lied to him
Damn
and
it.
that you attempted to swindle him out of a lot of money for something that was worth way more.
I was not swindling him, I was swindling the mayor by extension.
Oh, in what way?
Well, it was his money.
Right. Money that you had no way of knowing he would ever be able to extract from the mayor.
Well, I assume a mayor is rich. Apparently, I
Oh
was
yeah,
wrong in
yeah.
this case.
You just made an assumption, and you ended up screwing both him and the mayor.
But it's all fixed now, thanks to you.
Yes, it is.
Good job. I'm so very proud.
I'm sure you are.
So, I just don't go back there now, do I?
No, he is extremely upset with you.
Hmm,
And really
smart.
all of us, but mostly you right now.
I mean, he's actually pretty lucky. Normally, I'd be out of town the next day, but
Yeah,
maybe
but
not
you
this
would
time.
need to pick up the thing that he's supposed to make that you're not going to pay for.
Yeah, well, normally there aren't people like you around to
Well,
shove their
thankfully
little
that's
noses
the
in it.
case this time, right?
I'm so very happy.
Whatever.
Alright. So, what's the plan?
Well, we got to go negotiate with the guy, right? And it's better if we all go, just in case he decides that we're insulting him and thinks, hey, let's send a message by slitting their throats, which is apparently a thing he does.
Oh, lovely.
As Visir pointed out, violence as a last resort. So, do we plan stages? Like I said, what's our first offer? When that gets rejected, which it most likely will, what do we offer as the next step? Or do we cut right to threats of violence or actual violence to try to get what we need?
My sensei told me that when you haggle for something, you should always go with the lowest offer you have first, and then go up from there. So we know we have the 300 gold from the bag, right? So we could offer that and then say that the rest can be owed on, I don't know, an interest basis. We could volunteer to take on the debt ourselves. And if he rejects that, then go ahead and offer the jewels as well. Inform him that those are apparently supposedly worth an extra 500. And maybe offer the idea that wherever the town settles, now I don't like imposing the debt on the townspeople. It's a little ridiculous.
I mean, there's also favors. I'm sure our capabilities are beyond what the majority of his little groups are, I hope.
Possibly. We could say that he could ask us to do some things that are of equal value. In the
But
future.
we don't want to get roped into anything too bad.
Of
Anything
course,
too
there would
dangerous.
be some major guidelines on that, such as I'm not going to assassinate people.
Oh, I was just thinking as long as we don't get hurt doing it. But yeah, sure, we can do no assassinating people.
The only other idea I had, which I will admit upfront this here, is a little ethically questionable. I have these braces that have a spider symbol on them. And Mirth has slippers of spider climb. Now, obviously, spider climb is something that people in Gerd's line of work would find useful. So I think it's something he would be interested in. If we are able to convince him that the braces are the magical item that give Mirth that ability, he might be willing to trade for them for a little bit more than what they're actually worth.
So I've got a problem with that from the onset, outside of just the fact that it's dishonest. What if he decides to test them out
It's
and
simple.
finds out that they don't work?
We make it clear that we expect him to provide a service to us before we will be willing to hand them over. They're a set, right? So he takes one bracer, we hold on to the other as collateral until the townspeople are gathered and able to start making the trip. When they safely arrive in Twiland Hill, we hand him over the other one and run.
But he doesn't have a
we just run.
prerogative to do that.
Just run.
He doesn't have a prerogative to do that. If he wanted to leave, he could. The only reason he's staying is because debt.
He's the one with the advantage as far as negotiation is concerned. We need him more than he needs us.
We
So
can't
we can't
make him
say,
do the service.
we'll give you part of the payment now, and we'll hold the rest until you get back. He's not going to go with that. He's not in favor of any of that. Besides that fact, you really think that if we just gave him the other part afterwards, just even presuming he took the deal, and he finds out that they don't work that way, that he's not going to start taking out anger on everybody who's near him, which is going to include the townspeople.
Okay, but we'd be gone.
Yes, but we're not the only people who matter.
Gentlemen,
Okay, I see where you're going.
continue role playing. I am going to step away from my chair for a moment, but you keep having this conversation in character.
Alrighty.
The point I'm trying to make is that we do not have enough assets to make the amount that he has requested.
Clearly.
So we either convince him that we have something that is of that value and hope that we can trick him into believing that long enough to get people to safety, or we face the fact that he probably won't help us.
And here's the other thing. What if he asks us to demonstrate that we can't do it with either one or the other, and we need the full set?
Well, I don't have to show him the slippers.
Okay, so we're just going to say that the bracers do it. What if he asks for demonstrations with just the bracers? What if he says we need to give one of his men the bracers, and they're the ones who have to test it out because he doesn't trust us to demonstrate it correctly?
They're a magical item that requires attunement. He would have to wait an hour.
I'm pretty sure he'd be okay with waiting an hour for something that's going to determine the rest of the next week worth of everything.
I would wait an hour for that too, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I know it's not a great idea. I'm just
saying that
find a way to fit these pieces together.
Aside from just the fact that being dishonest is just not a great way to go about things, there's a lot of bad things that could possibly happen as a result of it that we really don't want to put the added risks on for. Now, if nothing else works, and that's the only thing we have left, and he decides that everything that we've offered him is not enough, and he's just going to go, then why don't we just offer him the slippers themselves?
Because they're really useful.
Yes, they are very useful.
I kind of like them.
And they can also be very useful in making sure that we can get all the townspeople to the next town safely.
Yeah.
Well, what are we going to do when all the townsfolk are gone?
Well, they're going to be gone from the town, so this place at the very least will be safe from any sort of unnecessary slaughter from the fungus thing.
This has been my argument the entire time. The reason that we want Gerd to be the person leading this train is that ideally we don't want to have to go with them. We want to be able to send them all off safely on the road to Twilight Hill and then head back to
Well, then where are
Baraldi
we
and
going
check
to go?
in to figure out how we stop Wariga. That's the bigger picture here.
Yeah, we have a long way to go before we have any sort of available resources to stop something of that scale.
Yeah, I got a good look. It's not. Yeah. I wouldn't stick around.
We
kind of
almost got
beyond
beat
our
the crap out of
capacities.
by just some mere servants, like some just regular little fungal things that have been created. And those were only like a very small fraction of what was down there. The rest of them were just ignoring us. We're lucky enough for that to happen.
We don't necessarily have to fight her. Just find a way to stop whatever it is that's causing this corruption on the surface.
My guess, probably going to involve a lot of fighting.
Probably, yes, but not necessarily more than we can handle.
I think it is going to be more than we can handle. Or at the very least, that's what we were told by the Circle. Probably one of our best bets is to find another place where we can start gathering some resources together. Money,
Ooh.
men, people just in general who might be able to come in with us. You know, maybe have
How big is
more
this
than just
circle?
us going down there.
How big is this circle that you want these people to go to?
If I remember correctly, Twyland Hill is amongst
Pretty
one of
big.
the biggest
A few
towns.
thousand.
Yeah, it's got a few thousand different people in it already.
Really nice bartender as well, actually.
Just so you know that the actual size of Twilight Hill is about the size of Manhattan. Actually, it's twice the size of Manhattan in square mileage.
Oh, it probably doesn't have the population though.
Yeah, no, not
No, it
nearly,
probably
because
doesn't have
we
the
have
population.
like 90-story buildings here.
No, but it's 64 and change square miles.
So it's a very, very big
Pretty
circle.
big.
These guys
And
will
they
be
have,
able
like,
to get there without any sort of
Outlands
problem.
as well.
The only thing that I'm saying
Well,
is
no,
that
I mean, I was asking if we're looking for more people. Why don't we go to where there are more people?
well, the only problem is if we're bringing all these villagers to Twyland Hill in the first place, is that's going to be a lot for their circle to get used to. When we don't just go based off of what is available in the immediate area when it comes to incorporating more things into our circles. When a bunch more people come in, they all need to have jobs. They all need to have money. They all need to have shelter. They all need to have food. And these are all things that then need to be produced, and it takes a little while for the existing population of the circle to get used to it. So it would probably be better if we let them alone to adjust to the new population and maybe saw another circle that's not dealing with having to acclimate a whole bunch of new people to it.
Where's that circle at?
Well, there's a few. The question would be which one to go to, I guess.
Well, where's your sovereign?
There's a lot of different sovereigns.
Well, who's the head sovereign?
Like the king of all of Oridon?
Yes. Of all this upland, who is in charge of all of this?
I don't even know.
Yeah, a little while ago, there used to be somebody that you could maybe call the sovereign of all of Oridon, and then he died, and there wasn't anyone to step into that position. So now there's lots of different people who are in charge of smaller circles. It's sort of split and fractured. So there isn't any one guy in charge. A lot of them would probably like to be, but they're not respected
Who's
or
the most
powerful
capable?
enough to be that currently.
Well, who is the most capable?
That's something that's up
That's
for
a
debate.
very hard choice.
A lot of them are kind of vying for power between each other. So it's kind of something that's still being decided.
Leadership in our circles isn't determined by age or power. It's a huge multitude of things.
Okay, so which one would you suggest that we allow to help us fight this evil, considering that if we win, they would be responsible for saving everyone in Oregon and would probably become the sovereign?
Anybody would probably be willing under those circumstances, but while we can convince the people of Anchor that they need to move because of a danger, convincing somebody to lend us an army to deal with it is going to be a much different kettle of fish.
We're currently struggling to get a local crime boss to lend his men to an effort considerably smaller. We are not.
You made a deal with him instead of trying something else first.
Well, we can make a deal with him or we can threaten him, but honestly, threats tend to get us a little bit less success than we would like. Now, if we do go to another circle, there's a bunch that are available. I think there's elves in Avelia. Geneva is a pretty big place. Grove Hair is a pretty big place.
Geneva's really fun. Geneva's a great city. They'd enjoy it.
Now, we probably wouldn't be able to go directly to the leaders of these places and tell them what's going on and have them lend us whoever. But if we could go there and perhaps establish a reputation of being very helpful people that are to be trusted, then we would have a little bit more standing to tell the leaders that there's something important that they need to take care of here.
So the people at this Twilight Hill place, when we show up saving hundreds of people, and say, look, we saved hundreds of people from this circle.
Well,
you help us save more people from your circle.
Not really. Basically, what's going to happen with the Twilight Hill people is they're going to be extremely mad that they now have to deal with a whole new village worth of people and have to build houses for them and feed them and all those sorts of things.
Can't they build their own houses?
They can, but it's a bunch of extra work that they don't want to do.
So they would rather die.
They'd rather that everybody else not bother them. And I'm pretty sure when it comes to your average person, sadly enough, people would prefer that they die than be a hindrance on their day-to-day.
So I have a query, and who is the sovereign of this group?
It's a group effort.
We're all in this together.
We are a circle, and we're melding right now. We can't do spores, so we have to use words, and they're clumsy and awkward. But we're all trying to come to an agreed
But who makes
decision.
the final decision on what's best for the circle?
We all agree on it, or more or less. It's
Majority wins. Do you understand that concept? If you have more mushrooms on one side, that side goes through with their decision.
Sarani would not understand that. All of the well, until recently with what happened with the split of the sovereigns, all of Sarani's initial experience with the Myconids was that all Myconids work as one. And so it wasn't until Philo's disruption that changed. So Sarani would probably have a bad opinion of that idea.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
see
a
if I can.
hegemony. I consider the Myconid structure to be a hegemony, where
A hive
one
mind.
thing is in charge and everybody does their part and it all works. If everybody's doing different parts, that seems unhelpful. And it seems like you're having the same problem as we had when Philo decided to change. If it was who had more, well, he had more, so we should all just follow the blight, but that's not good. You need a sovereign here.
What we tend to do is we go with whoever makes the most valid points. For instance, Mirth and I are extremely different people who go about our lives very differently from each other. We have different values and we have different end goals. But
Just kidding. We're best friends.
funny. But If
I
he
vote
has
Luna
an
for
idea-
sovereign. I vote Luna for sovereign.
I think Luna's got some problems that she would like to deal with before dealing with essentially.
I believe that Luna would be a reasonable sovereign.
Luna, do you vote for yourself?
Nor stepped
I
away.
think they might be attending to something. They're deafened right now.
Oh,
Yes. Unfortunately, Nor had to step away for something that he had to deal with. I apologize.
oh, no problem.
But this kind of works the same way with most places. Now, while most towns at least have a leader, that leader is beholden to the ideas of the people within the town. There's a lot of people, and if the leader does not do what the people say and tries to go against their wishes, there's a big possibility that the people can come up and kill the leader and make a new one. So everybody kind of has a say, as a result of the fact that we're not all just part of one body and we're all more or less independent of each other.
That seems so inefficient. This is why nothing gets done in this upworld.
I wouldn't say nothing gets done.
I think we've done a lot of stuff, actually.
We've made houses. We've made new sources of energy.
There's
We
really
have,
big jails.
yeah. Some jails are just barns, though, so that's kind of.
I never mind.
Oh, you're not living the
Let's
jail
go talk to
life,
this-
right, my
Let's go
friend?
talk to this halfling and explain to him that it is in his best interest to do as we ask.
If we're in
Yeah.
agreement that we need to build our assets and seek help elsewhere, then I suggest we give the 500 in jewelry that the mayor has provided to settle his debts, and we leave his fate up to whether Gerd decides to take out the rest in blood or not, and that we start deciding where we're going to go to find help, and we try to convince the people here that they need to leave.
I agree. Just bear in mind, he might require more than just the 500, no matter how well we negotiate.
Very well then. Let's go.
If the decision that we have made is that we need to go and seek help elsewhere, at this point, this affair between Gerd and the mayor is no longer our problem, as far as I'm concerned. I
It's
have
not between him and the mayor.
tried. I have done what I can. I got the 500. That's what the mayor had. He knows it. He's expecting it. He is expecting to get killed for it.
I'm not
standing in the
that
way of
concerned
that.
with the mayor. If he decided to make a debt, that's a big problem on his part. My concern is making sure that the rest of Anchor isn't punished because the mayor did something dumb.
So Ronnie's making his way towards the docks.
Okay.
Sarani assumes that the matter was settled, that we're going to go talk to him, so he's on his way.
That's fine. Sarani is on his way to the Iron Oak shipwrights.
I'm definitely going to be following to make sure that he doesn't do something stupid.
Angus is going to walk along
Which is
behind
probably
and
not the
just
greatest
be
person to be making
whispering
sure
like the
that
devil on
he's-
Pursuit's shoulder. If a respected local businessman were killed by a hideous monster that had come from the swamp, that might convince people to leave.
Yeah, who's going to protect them though when they leave?
The swamp monster.
Some mercenary bandits who are attempting to raise funds to fight a horrible threat to all of civilization.
We can't protect an entire town on the road
Why not?
We can try.
because there's hundreds and hundreds of them and five of us.
All right, so I have a problem with this logic. We're willing to do what this little person wants us to do, so him and his spawn, the two of them can travel with these hundreds of people, but the five of us who are trained in combat, have faced the Dark God and survived, are not strong enough.
He's got more than just two people.
He has associates who live in Twyland Hill and in the roads between here and there.
So they would have to
Who-
come from there to here and then go from here to there.
Yeah.
Like, we could just go from here to there.
But we're only 5 people, whereas he can get way more.
Can he?
Yes?
This is all, of course, assuming that we are able to convince hundreds of people to make this foolhardy trek to
I
Twilight.
think we can.
There is a very real possibility that we are only able to convince 5 people, and if that happens, then hey, we can at least keep those 5 people safe.
Well, let's just take it one step at a time and have these guys agree to do that to protect anybody who does leave.
Like I said, this is not necessarily a linchpin in the plan. If Gerd refuses and cuts and runs, that might give us some leverage to convince people to leave. It just means that we then need to try to arm them or train them in how to travel safely on the roads.
There probably isn't going to be a whole lot of time that we can afford to spend training a whole bunch of essentially amateurs.
Yeah, and these are all. I doubt they've ever touched anything more than like a skinning knife or a pitchfork in their entire life.
So you tell them, put the pointy end towards the thing you want to hurt and stab at it. Takes 5 minutes.
One thing at a time. First we get the, I guess, crime people to accept that they have a responsibility. Then we convince the people of Anchor that they need to leave. Then we make sure that they go on their way. And then we can start working on trying to get some more resources and people together and build ourselves up so that we'll be able to come back and make sure that whatever's going on down there doesn't actually happen.
Okay. One step at a time. We'll burn
Are
that
we
bridge
there
when we
yet?
Before we go down the docks, I'm going to use disguise self on myself and cloak myself as what looks like a very terribly done female version of Vasir as best I can.
Okay.
And I'll follow them. But I think as a human, I should be less.
Yeah.
They don't like my tiefling very much.
You look like you look like the Adam Sandler Jack and Jill movie version of his female self, but Vasir. But Vasir.
Good enough for me.
Not entirely certain why he wanted to do that, but
I mean, either it's just funny.
I'm not either, but it
I'll
is
just
done.
roll.
It is done. You know the show's
This
jumped the shark
is
at
all
this
part of
point.
my great plan. You'll see in like 3 sessions.
We're on the downward hill spiral now. All right, so you head to the Iron Oaks. Cooper and Shipwright. Serrani gets to the opening of this building first. As I said in the last time you visited, it is a large warehouse with with like an interior dock in one side of it that a ship can be pulled into to have its hull worked on, and at the back of that interior dock is a little boxed out office with glass windows and a plate glass door. You come in and you see that Bart is not anywhere to be seen at the moment, but Gerd seems to be sitting in his office with the door open.
Go to his office.
He looks up and as you come up to his office and like pushes himself away from his desk in mild surprise. Hey, what the hell are you?
I'm just gonna like pop my head like next to him and just go, "Hi, we're here to negotiate."
I am Serrani, and you are the businessman crime lord. Yes? Gerd?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Legitimate businessman, yes. Crime, what? 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 He looks over at you, Vasir, having popped your head in. What is that? What is that? And who are you? And what do you mean that you're here to negotiate? Negotiate what?
We were just here a little bit ago, not too long ago, actually, where we were negotiating with the fact that this place is going to be moving locations very soon, and we would like to make sure that the rest of the townspeople who would like to move with it are going to receive adequate protection.
Look, hold on, slow down. That was between me and an associate named Angus.
Yeah, but I was also there. Kind of.
Hey,
I wasn't in the room
Angus.
with you, but
I think he said your name. I'll peek my head into. So sorry about our friend here. He got a nasty case of the fungus, and it's messing with his head a little.
He's
He's
like
imagining
looking back and forth between you and Vasir and this plant monster that are all standing in the doorway of his office. All right, everybody needs to back up right now. Back up. This office is not big enough for all of this, and he kind of like motions to Sarani's huge fungal form.
That's fine. I'll move. I take a step closer to his desk so Vasir can get in.
Oh my, that's the wrong direction, okay? Not all of you are gonna fit in here.
We don't have
Hey,
to all
I've
fit
been
in.
exercising.
The mayor does not have all of your money. What you wish to do with that is not my concern. You are going to help these people survive until they get to Twyland Hill, because it is in your best interest to do so.
And why exactly is it in my best interest to do so?
So that the Demon Queen doesn't use your soul to power more evil?
Oh, she won't be doing that. You see, I told your friend, if he wants me to help these people, then I need my money from the mayor. And if I don't get my money, then me and my son pack up, we take care of our business with the mayor, and we leave town, and these people can rot in the swamp for all I care. I run a business. I don't give out charity work, you understand? I'm not leaving this town. I am not leaving this town with these people without my money. That's what it comes down to.
You have kind of a blunt way of talking and negotiating that's probably not best suited for a situation like this. Why don't we go ahead and let Mirth and Angus take care of this?
That's the first thing. The second thing, and I think your friend is right, you don't know how to talk to people. That's what he just said. You don't know how to talk to people. I don't know what you are. I've never seen anything like this mess of plants and vines and whatever mushrooms and shit that you are. I don't know what you are, but you look like you came out of a sewer.
Hey, excuse me. He's just a very bulky man under all of his camouflage, okay? Show some respect, please.
Very well.
Sarani,
I'm not.
if you could
We
take
don't
a step out of
disrespect
the
you
room.
for your size. Please don't disrespect him for his vines.
Look, you just don't come marching into my office, in my business, in my home, and you come in here and you're gonna start doing all this. I don't take kindly to that. You understand what I'm saying?
I
Terribly
get
sorry.
it. He came on a little strong. We apologize for that. Let's not resort
he
to
just
starting
has a very
swinging
big
insults
heart.
based off appearance. Okay.
All right. He's concerned about his folk. I hope you'll forgive his desperation in this matter. He has a big heart. He's just looking out for his people.
All right, let's.
Sarani, if you could be a dear and take a step out the room and let us talk to this nice man.
You want to start over? Let's start over. I'm willing to do that because I think this was a misunderstanding between myself and someone who's not used to talking to people.
I'm going to take Sarani slightly by one of his, I guess, arm appendage-like things. And we're going to go see if we can find ourselves something nice to eat.
No, Sarani's not moving. Sarani is not happy.
Has Sarani rooted himself?
Inside
into the floor.
He's getting ready to. He is going to use his enormous bulk to not be just idly. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, it would be it would be a strength check for you to move Sarani if he is opposing you. So you guys would make opposing strength checks, but you also do not have to do that. I'm just saying that Sarani, if you are imposing your bulk to try to be not moved, then effort would be need to be made in order to move him, right? Is that fair to say?
Yes. I lean forward onto his desk. I stare him in his tiny little beady eyes. I blink my multiple eye appendage stalks in his face and look at him and say, "Listen, you tiny little thing. I could crush you if I wanted to, but I choose not to."
I cast Hold Person on him.
On Sarani?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make a wisdom check, Sarani. Wisdom save.
Okay. Once. Of course. As soon as I go to do that, it crashes. Here, I'll roll
Such as the lack of technology.
Yeah, just roll just roll it right in there.
Yeah. I failed regardless of what it was.
Alright. So I just raise my hand,
Sarani just stops.
and he, tendrils of magical cloth appear around him and bind him, and he just topples over.
Well, he would still be standing. He would just not be able to move or speak.
Yeah, I'm leaning against his desk, so you might want to.
He's like mummified.
All right,
all right. I'm just kind of gonna get in front of Sarani slightly, he just stopped for him. Sarani, leave this to Angus and Mirth. They're better at this than you are.
Look, okay? I don't like being threatened.
Can't answer you.
I don't like being threatened. Do you understand? Do people understand me?
Yeah, I completely understand you. It's why I stopped him.
All right.
And I hope you'll see that as a gesture of faith, because he's one of my companions. So to turn against him brings me great pain.
I think all of you need to work out exactly what it is you're here to do and what you want. All right. All I know right now is that is Angus even here? Are you associated with Angus? I'm assuming you are. If he told you my business,
he's somewhere back there. Hey,
Angus is gonna walk through the door with just his head slightly down, and it's like, speaking in Thieves' Cant, I am present. I do not take responsibility for this shit show.
He waves his hand in front of you as you start speaking in Thieves' Cant. No. We're not talking like that right now, because all of these people know my business, and I'm assuming, since you and I are the only ones who talked, that's because of you. That you told them my business. All of these people. These are my
associates.
Well, your associates walked into my office. Your associates walked into my office and started laying threats on my desk. And I don't appreciate that. We were doing business. That's understandable. There is an agreement of respect between two people who are doing business. But when somebody comes into my office that you are associated with and starts leveling threats at my head, I take that as you leveling threats at my head as well. You may not take responsibility for this shit show, as you say, but you brought this shit show to my door and into my office.
Okay.
We need to resolve our business.
We are in agreement. You are taking it that I am leveling threats against your person. Let me now level threats against your person. You requested 2,000 gold pieces. We have 500. You are going to do the job that I have requested for that amount of money, or, as you said, you will not be leaving without the money, because we will bury you in the swamp, little man.
He stands up for the first... Well, he had pushed himself back away from his desk in his chair, but now he stands up. All right, I can see you're very serious about this. I will agree to accept the 500 that you are offering.
Good.
Okay, what's the catch? Because that sounds sketchy.
Business. That is all I am asking for.
So you want me to accept... You're gonna offer me the 500 in place of the 2,000 that the mayor owes me, correct?
Correct. If you
And
wish
then-
to take the 1500 out of his blood, I frankly don't care at this point.
But
All I care about is that the citizens of this town have a fair chance to get to safety. Safety that you can help provide.
okay, I understand what you want. I'm trying to make sure that we're all in agreement here, okay? You're going to give me 500 of the 2,000 that the mayor owes me.
That is
I
correct.
understand. I understand that the money the mayor owes me is not your business. We had an agreement that if you reclaimed my money for me, that I would be willing to help these people get to safety. You're asking me to forego that deal in exchange for this 500. You don't care what I do with the mayor, and that's fine. I'll take care of my own business, that's fine. And you still want me to help these people.
If you are going to be getting to safety, which you have already made it readily apparent that you intend to do,
I do.
I am asking you to extend some courtesy towards the other citizens of this town who are in danger through no fault of their own.
What? All right. And here's what
Look,
here's what I want to know. Number one, how does it profit you? Because come on, Angus, you're not a hero. How does it profit you to help these people? That's number one. Number two, right now I'm taking a loss, and still I'm going to help these people. I'm going to help these people, as you said, out of the courtesy of my heart. I'm going to help these people. I'll even send word ahead to the people I know in Anchor, and let them know that some nice people from a small little fishing town are going to be rolling into Twiland Hill, that they need a little assistance getting back on their feet when they get in town, and I assume these people will be grateful. And I know that the people I know in Twiland Hill will be able to make good on the gratitude, if you understand what I'm saying. And I can turn this loss into some profit for the people that I work for. But you see, this loss is not just mine. This loss, this cut that the mayor owes me, it doesn't just belong to me. I have people that I report to as well. And I'm going to have to tell them why the only thing that they got in exchange for the business that they've been doing with the mayor down here in Anchor is 500 gold and a bunch of refugees. And so,
And
what am I
everything
supposed
in
to
your
say?
warehouses, all of the goods that you still have in your supply that can still travel upstream to people who desperately want those goods. And you are able to smuggle those goods into the city of Twiland Hill as a hero leading a caravan trail of refugees.
This appeals to
Who's
me.
going to look too closely? They've got all kinds of ramshackle supplies they're dragging along with them. Oh, look, here's Grandma, and she dragged along a bunch of her knitting that she wanted to bring with her. And you happen to have some of the highest quality booze you could possibly find in all of Oregon stashed in that very same basket. Who's
So-
going to look?
So you did know about that.
I knew. I
All
also
right.
know who took it.
All right.
And I will tell you that he is already dead. And he was a good man. Despite what you might think.
Let me guess.
And you asked what I get from this. So, I will tell you. And Angus is going to sort of slightly shakily start taking off his jacket and his long sleeve gloves and sort of roll up the sleeve and show the tattoo on his shoulder. The mark of every crew member of the Bloodthirsty Sun. I served, and I was there. I am a church burner, and there is a lot of blood on my hands. And if saving these people helps me sleep a little better at night, then that will be payment enough for me.
I'll do this. I'll do this. As your friend said, what's the catch? I'll do this without a catch. I'll do this by making a new deal. I will accept the mayor's 500 gold. I will even... I'll let the mayor live. Maybe not untouched, but I'll let him live. But I'd like to make a deal with all of you, seeing as you're the honorable sort who want to get these people to safety, including you, Mr. Angus.
Of course.
You're gonna owe me a favor. I don't know what it's gonna be yet. It'll be reasonable. I'll even let you be willing to turn down anything I put on the table as a way of resolving this favor that you owe me. But all of you, you're gonna owe me a favor. Someday I'll call it in. If you don't like what I put on the table as I call it in, you could say no. But know that means I still have that favor available to me. Is this a fair trade? Are you willing to take my offer? I'll help these people, no other questions asked, if you're willing to owe me one favor, as a group.
Angus is just going to look across to everybody else and let them give the yes or no.
With the condition that I'm not going to be doing something that's going to make me want to hurt myself as a result.
As I said, as a group, if I put something on the table as a way to resolve this favor and you don't find it agreeable amongst each other, you can say no. I'll just call in another favor at a later time.
What if we never accept any of them?
Well, then this thing hangs over your head for a long time. Eventually, I don't know. Maybe I sell this favor to somebody who's a little less understanding than I am. Maybe I
Good to
pass
me.
it up to the line.
Works for me.
Fine.
I don't see myself as an unreasonable businessman. Unless somebody comes into my home and starts threatening me. But Angus, I can tell that this is very upsetting for you and that you're very passionate about this. That's why I'm willing to let this slide and be reasonable again. But understand something. And I'll say this again. I'll say this as well. I understand that there's people's lives at stake, and I take that into consideration as well. But understand, you ever come back into my house and threaten me again, you or one of your associates, you will not wake up the next morning. So you will not have to worry about sleeping well at night ever again. That is the other stipulation of my deal. Don't ever come in here. Don't ever come into my house and threaten me again. Remember, I'm a small cog in a big wheel, but that wheel has my ear. Or I have that wheel's ear. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Maybe you should understand this about me. You can kill me. I'll wake up again. And I'll come and find you.
We can't always do that.
Yeah, I very much like my brain the way it's working right now.
So, put it this way.
Uh,
One favor from us as a group, and one from me as an individual. No conditions. For you to claim when you like. That is, after all, the terms that we agreed before this little change that we have made, so it only seems fair to keep that stipulation standing.
all right.
If you come for anyone, come for me. Don't hurt them. These are good people. They aren't like us.
Okay. Okay. You tell me when everybody's ready to leave. We'll get ready to go as well. I'll start packing my stuff. You want these people out of town? You want me to help convince these people to get out of town? I'm sure. Fine. We'll do the thing.
Thank you once again for your time. I am very sorry to have disturbed you as much as we have. And I guess he's going to sort of shove his arms back into his jacket and turn with his head just ducked low, not even looking at the rest of the group. Just get out of there as quickly as possible.
Sarani has been continuously failing wisdom saves to try and come unstuck. Oh, there it is.
I think you can drop it on Sarani now.
Alright, I'll wave my hand.
I stand up. I'm like, I'm glad we resolved that piece. And I turn around and walk away.
Thanks for your help.
I'm picking up sarcasm from Mirth and Angus. I feel like they're Terminator in Terminator 2.
He's learning how to smile.
Yeah.
All right, let's you guys head out of there and let's take a quick break here, and we'll come back in a few minutes, and you can in the meantime you can tell me what your next step is in the plan once we get back. Okay.
Okay.
Hey everybody, sorry about the long break. I had to take care of some personal stuff real quick. But we are back and ready to roll. So in the meantime, what have you guys figured out? Where are you headed now that you have kind of shocked the shit out of Gerd Ironoak?
Well, next step is probably to just sort of go around to all the different public spaces and let everybody know that there's going to be a public performance that everybody is invited to come see. I don't know where exactly would be the best place to put it. I don't know if there's like a particular town square that might be large enough
They
to
have
house a decent
the
amount of people.
big anchor in the square in the middle, right?
Yes. There's
Yeah.
a 2-story tall anchor sitting in the middle of town.
And just sort of set up for that, and then hopefully enough people come that after the performance we'll be able to let everybody know that there's some crap going down and everybody needs to get going.
There's also like the Cracked Hull, as I've said on multiple occasions, is an actual like
boat.
Right, ship run aground, right? So it's a very large inn for a very small town. So you may be able to use it as a public house, like a pub. So that might be also be a feasible option if you can cram everybody in there. And
I mean, I recall that worked for us last time, right? With our little performance and the deal with Remy. It was a much smaller scale, obviously, but we still managed to get people in there. And if you were actually actively trying to get a mass of people in.
Yeah. I think the square is probably the square is probably a good place to have it held, and then because also people could, when they would like to, head into the Cracked Hull itself.
Yeah, and it's just more like centered by. Yeah, if you can figure a way to drag the town into the square.
You tell me.
So yeah, we'll just hold it in the town square, and if there, with the added benefit, like a sort of a selling point, being that if you get thirsty during the performance, you can head over to the Cracked Hull, and we'll just sort of go around to all the different shops and public places and such, and spread the word, I guess.
Okay. So you're gonna start spreading the word around town.
Yeah, I'll help him out.
Okay. So who's going? You're like going door to door. Is that the plan?
Mostly to all the different public places, the different shops, the docks, basically any place where large numbers of people might gather for one reason or another.
Okay. And you're gonna tell them to meet like at a specific time.
Yeah, probably tomorrow night. We're gonna have ourselves a nice little performance for everybody. That's going to be held next to the big old anchor.
Okay. Okay.
We can market it as part of the Solstice of Light festivities.
It's true.
That is active. That's active right now, right?
Yeah. If you guys have been kind of on the road and running around like crazy lately, but you do realize that there are people as you start to go from shop to shop and inform people of this event that you're going to hold, you start to realize that there are like decorations of like symbols of Orad and different decorations representing the Festival of Light that takes place this time of year. And without even realizing it, you guys have it's the night of the summer solstice. You kind of start putting two and two together, and figure that maybe that will work. Maybe telling people that this is a part of the festival of Orad, you might be able to get people to gather in town.
Great.
All right.
And Mirth is going to find his way towards a very specific building.
Okay, what building?
He's going to head down to the blacksmith shop. Ideally, without Visir noticing him, if they're going together at first, he'll try and split off with and say, "I'm going to go advertise. We'll stunt downtown."
Okay. How do I handle this so that this is one of those situations where, like, Mirth, you would eventually find a way to get away from Visir, right? Like, you could probably figure it out. But Visir, would you be looking for this to happen or not? That's a question.
Nah, my main priority right now is getting the message out and getting to as many people as possible. If Mirth decides to go off on his own for a little bit, I can't be bothered worrying about it.
Sure. All right. So you guys are going door to door and informing shopkeepers and fishermen as they're coming in with their ships that evening. Maybe one of you is down at the docks, kind of just informing them, and you tell Remy to spread the word to people as they come into the inn, and just try to let people know this. As an aside, one of you might think of this. I feel like maybe Luna would suggest it or whatnot. That if any of you have parchment and ink, you could maybe make up flyers to hang in visible places around the town as well, to let people know. But eventually, Mirth, you find your way towards that blacksmith on your own.
All right. When I get within like I don't know, one block of it, I guess. I don't know what else to measure it in.
Sure.
Like around the corner or something.
Mm-hmm.
I will. My brow furrows for a second as I walk down the street, and then suddenly, so I'll cast invisibility through my racial trait. But the way it happens is that everyone who looks at me just forgets about me the instant they do anything else, and it's extremely distracting, and they just can't focus on me. So It's kind of like people just refuse to notice me. So I'll just walk. I'll walk into the blacksmith store.
Sure.
And hopefully he's there.
Sure. You walk into absolutely he's there. He's working in his forge. You know what I mean?
Great. Hi. I call out.
So you physically appear different, or explain what?
It's invisibility. It's just flavored as people.
Oh, okay, understood. All right, so yeah, you say hi once you walk in.
Hello.
But you're
Greetings
still
and well met.
You're still invisible.
Okay. Yes.
What is this? Where are you?
Hi.
Come out of the shadow.
No, I'm right here. It's just out of caution. Hi. Do you I'm fairly certain you remember me.
Who are you? Your voice sounds familiar.
Came in here with some money loaned to me by a friend. You may have talked to somebody after I left who informed you that that money was not entirely real.
Oh, you.
Yeah, me. Hi.
He kind of grips his hammer more tightly and centers himself facing the direction that your voice is coming from. What do you want?
So, I did a little bit of thinking, had a drink, mulled it over at the bar, and I was thinking, hey, I've lived my entire life running. I'm not gonna get into the specifics, but I feel I definitely can sympathize with you. And the funny thing is, you're probably one of the closest people to me, not because we're friends or anything, but because I've been around you for significantly longer than anybody else, and I've felt lost too, and I can somewhat feel the loss of a child or siblings in my case.
Get out of my shop.
I would do that normally. That's force of habit, honestly. Normally, I'd be out already, or you might have not found out. Luckily, you did, and I had to draw upon a great well of my dwindling conscience to bring myself back here. So I really hope you do understand. It's not often I do this, and he'll be kind of moving around the room as he speaks. But look, I like this town. There's some nice people. I've never stuck around anywhere for very long, and I this is the longest I've gone in a few years anywhere, not feeling like I need to be just ready to leave at any moment, or the people there despise me. And I've looked back, thanks to my buddy. Don't tell us, please. I don't want him getting a big head. But he kind of reminded me that maybe if you make friends along the way, not even friends, just people who don't despise you and want to see you gone, maybe it would just make it a little bit easier on a poor old tiefling to find my way in the world. So I came here to apologize. Ooh, that was difficult for me. I'm sorry, sir.
He's quiet. Very, very quiet. Just go. I won't. Heath. He turns and, without saying anything, he walks away from his forge, and there's a door that leads into his home that connects the forge to his home, and he just walks through the door and shuts it behind him silently.
Alright. I'm gonna stroll over to his forge, and I'm gonna take out the big red gem I found in the bedroll of that mining complex thing.
Right?
And I'll just leave it on the forge, on like the counter, I guess.
Like the
If he has
anvil?
like yeah, I'll leave it on the anvil.
Okay.
And I will rip a little patch off my robe, and then I'll write, "Make yourself something nice with it," and stick it beneath the gem, and then leave.
All right. Mirth has done his good deed for the day, I think.
Yeah. I'm gonna go rob the mayor's mansion.
You're gonna... I'm sorry, what?
No, I'm kidding.
All right.
And I will go back to advertising around the town.
Okay. You spend the rest of the day spreading the word about the town meeting.
I was going to say Angus has probably taken responsibility for drawing up the flyers. It's just a little bit reserved and quiet. Makes the occasional joke, like across the table. I assume maybe Luna, who's here as well.
Sure.
Just like, Festival of Orad, come and hear the good news. A little gauche, but hopefully it should attract people.
Luna's a bit quiet through all of that.
Just gonna, when I have a bit of a spare moment, also shave off some more from the shambling mound and roll myself up another cigarette.
Serrani, Angus keeps smoking parts of you.
Yeah, I know.
One of your
Right.
unawakened kin.
Yes, a shambling mound that they encountered earlier that he has
I
dried
just
out.
realized in context I just tried arguing like I'm smoking a fetus. It's not that bad. It's just like, oh my god, I'm a monster.
You write up the flyers and find places to hang them that are easy to see, as well as kind of, as I said, telling Remy to spread the word. Let me ask you this, okay? Once you spread the word tonight, is there something else that all of you had planned for either tonight or tomorrow before this meeting takes place?
I had some ritual casting to do, and
Okay.
I need to get some stuff.
Okay.
There wouldn't happen to be what is the component for this?
For sending?
No, I don't have sending. I don't have third level spells.
Right.
I think we have the copper wire for that.
You do. You have plenty of
I'm
copper wire
guessing-
for that.
I'm assuming I can find honeycomb, right? That should be relatively easy.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely get honeycomb from, like, the general store. That's
Yeah.
fine.
All right. The difficult part is jade dust.
Is what kind of dust?
Jade dust.
Jade dust, I think you would have some difficulty obtaining.
All right. Can I give it a shot?
Getting jade dust?
Yeah.
Why don't you roll a D100? I have a number in mind, and if you hit that number, then you just happen to be able to find jade dust in town. Okay, and I'll tell you
Sounds
how.
good.
Holy crap! Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, no, there's no way.
The number in my head was if he rolled between 1 and 20, he would be
Oh
able
my
to
God.
find jade dust. So yeah, there's a woman who makes there's a woman who makes jewelry in town, and she happens to have some jade dust that she allows you to purchase off her.
Oh my god. How much does she have?
How much do you need?
I'm looking for. Let's see. I'll go for 30 GPs worth.
For how much?
30 GP.
I will tell you in a moment.
Alrighty. So I'll go get the honeycomb and then find my way over to the jewelry cart.
So is this... Alright, for... does it consume the jade dust? The spell
Yes,
you're going
it
to
does.
cast? What
It does.
spell are you looking to purchase the jade
It
dust
is magic mouth.
for? Okay. So, and you're asking for 30 or 40 gold worth?
I need 30 GPs worth, ideally.
Okay, yes, you can get 30 gold worth of jade dust.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Does she have any cool pieces of jewelry?
Yeah, she does. She's been making little, like charm bracelets with the, with like the holy symbols of the Orid Pantheon on them, with specifically a, very shined, bright symbol of Orad himself centered on these like charm bracelets that she is crafting. They have a few little precious stones built like in amongst them.
Man, she just knows the way to my heart, doesn't she?
She sees all the trinkets you're wearing and specifically shows you these.
All right. Can I ask her how much they are? If they're like somewhat similar to each other?
They are, she tells you that they are 12 gold for one of them. They are made of silver, and as I said, have many precious stones in them.
Oh yeah, that's all I need.
She shows you that she has others that are made of like pewter or just kind of or like iron, and they don't have the precious stones, and they would be much less.
No, we're going silver. I've got to represent the family. I'll slap 24 onto the table and take 2.
Nice. Okay. She is very happily accepts the 54 gold that you have spent in her shop. It's less of a shop and more like a little stand out front of her tiny little house.
Bless this lady. Yeah, I will thank her very much and happily stroll off with my. I'll put one on each wrist and they kind of jingle as I walk down.
Excellent. All right. And then you're going to go cast your... Are you casting a ritual spell?
Yeah, I'm doing 2 right now. I can tell you later, though, if anyone else has anything to do before midnight.
What is everybody doing over the course of the next 24 hours before you have this town meeting?
I am preparing the best show that I possibly can and practicing in a place that I'll be nice and alone for so that I don't end up spoiling it for anybody.
Okay. Okay.
Practicing that as well as probably like a speech to give after I get done.
All right. So you're going to spend some time preparing that. I think that I would have you... let's see. What would that be? I don't think that's performance because you're preparing it. You're not performing it. So what do you think writing, like creating a performance for people would be? What skill do you think that would fall under?
For creating a performance?
Yeah, not the performance itself, but like you're figuring out a routine, you're practicing the routine, and you're writing this speech.
Honestly, I think it would actually still fall under performance. It's like an experienced actor, for instance, being able to sort of create an entire scene in their mind as a result of just having the experience of having done so before.
Okay. Well, then, here's what I'll have you do. Give me a performance roll, and I have a DC in mind, and if you beat that DC, you will have advantage when you go to perform before the entire town.
I'd like to spend an inspiration on that.
Go for it.
Because this is extremely important.
I'd like to spend an inspiration to get the advantage on the next roll.
Exactly. There you go.
There
nice.
you are. Okay. Yes, you prepare what you think is the best acrobatics display that you have ever come up with, and you spend some time thinking about what you'll say to these people, and some of the you hearken back to some of the things your sensei had said to you when you needed to be nudged in a particular direction. That you kind of start, you're inspired by these moments in your past and the excellent acrobatics routine. Not to mention a good workout always gets Visir going, and you think you're ready. You think you're really ready for tomorrow night.
I've got everything nice and prepped in my head. I've got everything nice and practiced. I know what I'm gonna do. This is gonna be awesome.
Angus is just going to knock on the door. Am I interrupting?
Not anymore. I think I'm good.
Just wanted to let you know, I took some time, counted out the coins. It comes to 323 gold pieces. Where I figure easiest way to split it, 60 to each of us, and then 23 left over to cover expenses for the group.
Sure.
Just wanted to check with you that you could take your 25 that gold Merthu directly out of his share, because if you expect him to hand it over, you might never actually see that money.
No, it's not about the money as far as that thing's concerned. I'll just take the 60. If he ever figures about giving it back to me or anything like that, that's up to him.
Just wanted to check as well. I mean, it's I've got a chest of my belongings. It's everything I brought with me when I left the ship. It's not exactly easy to carry with me on the road, so if you'll
sort of open the door, you're not going to have to worry about carrying anything on the road. I don't know if you know this, but out back in the barn area, I've got a carriage.
I did know. I just wanted to make sure that you'd still have me after.
Why wouldn't I? Look, you struck a deal and you made sure that everybody gets nice and protected. Plus, you made a deal on behalf of the rest of us, and you negotiated very well. You're gonna probably need me, at least in the future, as far as like making sure that if the favor gets called in, it can be done without, potentially killing you. If you end up being on this guy's bad side and he ends up sending somebody after you because he seems like the vindictive sort, you're gonna need somebody to watch your back. I mean, it would be kind of rude to abandon you now.
I said it about all of you, but I think most of all, Vasir, you're a good man.
I try.
Please keep calling me on it. I don't always know what the right thing to do is, so if I stray, keep me on the straight and narrow, okay?
All right, but on the other side of things, sometimes I can be a little bit too stringent. I am not exactly the most experienced in the world. I've got an education, I've got teachings, but I've not had to apply them in the real life a whole lot. Sometimes compromises need to be made, and I never know when that needs to happen. So, while I'll be perfectly happy letting you know when some things aren't okay, you need to let me know when I need to keep my mouth shut.
I can do that.
Good.
So you have the good heart, I've got the street smarts. Between us and Luna and Mirth and Surani, Wariga doesn't know what's coming to her.
Nope, I don't think so. Especially because I don't know what she has coming to her.
I don't think any of us do. Like I said, we're making it up one day at a time.
Did you have an idea, by the way, as to where we should go after this to get ourselves started? I know we've got a few options, so I just wanted to get an idea of what everybody's thoughts were.
It comes down to, do we want to go with Gerd to Twiland Hill? But I think Luna needs to see Baraldi again.
I think Luna needs a lot of help right now. And I have no idea where she needs to get it from.
I think Baraldi is helping. I think she's been a bit tight-lipped about it, but they seem to have some kind of agreement going. And if we can find out from Baraldi if the measures that he's been taking have helped, then we have some kind of timescale we can work to.
Yep. I just think that if we go to a place that's well known for, let's say, piety, clerics, they're really good at taking care of things like that. I mean, heck, Luna herself is one. So maybe somebody who's a little bit more practiced will be able to help.
Is she sick?
Slightly. From what I've been able to understand, there's some sort of problem going on back at her home. A lot of people are getting sick with something, and she's trying to find the cure, and apparently she's got it too.
Is it maybe connected?
It's possible. I just kind of worry about her a little bit, because she seems very distant. And I think part of that is because she probably doesn't really believe that she's going to succeed.
Well, whatever it is, we have to help her. Or the next time you go down in battle, she won't be there to save you.
Yeah, and then I'll be dead, and then you won't have your center around.
Yep. And then we all just spiral out of control.
Yeah, especially with Serrani. I mean, he seems to take a lot of tones from you and Mirth, so...
Yeah, he is kind of impressionable. I think it's because he's kind of young.
Impressionable, but also highly opinionated.
Like I said, young.
Stop. I can only give you so much inspiration.
Well, the main thing right now is making sure we take things one step at a time. Get the performance done. Convince as many people to leave as we can. And then after that, figure out where we can go next. And hopefully wherever we go next, Luna can get a little bit of help from somebody with maybe a little bit more experience.
Right. Like you said, one step at a time. You rest up. You've got your performance tomorrow. I'll go sleep, and if I wake up with Isabel in the old noggin, maybe I can give you some instrumentalist help.
Sounds fun to me. A drum alone doesn't tend to carry its own performance, but drums, acrobatics, plus a flute, that'll make things even better.
David, I'm unsure of all of the details of the revived character option. Is there a point at which you can actively direct your which of your past lives you can access?
The way I've been homebrewing it myself, the idea is that once I know who they all are, I can try and roll for it. Like if I know which one I'm trying to reach for, but I need to know who they all are first.
Okay.
It's like sorting through the absolute chaos to be
Yeah.
like, well, whose memory is this? Which one is this? And try to hone in on what I need. So for the moment, no. But
Right.
maybe in the future, it's something we could discuss.
At the moment, it's an issue of
Roll of the dice.
a roll of the dice, as far as the way it's written in the UA material, correct? Okay, cool. All right. Well, the dice be with you. Anybody else have anything that you were going to try and do before, within the next 24 hours?
I was going to go with Sharp Eyes and head in a little bit into the swamp.
Okay.
Like get in the darkness a little bit, get down in the water, and kind of soak up some nutrients, as it were.
Sure, you've been walking around in the daytime a lot. You're in a rough spot.
Yeah, I don't feel good, and I figure that Sharp Eyes is the guy to come with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Neither one of us knows what the hell is going on. And we're just like, let's go hunt something, right? And Sharp Eyes is always looking to eat. So you want to go in here? So what's he up to?
He'll follow you wherever you motion to go with him, especially if it seems like the humans are busy doing human things. He is happy to head back into the swamp. He prefers it there. And if you imply that food is involved, he is especially happy to follow you. He is more than willing to watch your back while you rest and soak up the swamp water, and also to just use his javelins to fish near the edge of the swamp while you do so.
Okay, I'm gonna do that for a couple of hours, probably 5 or 6.
Okay.
hours of just, not strenuous, but kind of sloshing around in the water and, chasing food. And, him and I just being two knuckleheads out there in the swamp. So if you want to randomly encounter us something, that is fine.
Yeah, I will
we'll
let
be
you
out
know.
there for a while.
I will let you know. I'm just trying to get an idea of what everybody is what everybody is up to before we.
Yeah, because that sounds like what Sarani would do. Like he's
Sure.
pretty much out of this convince people thing. Like it's either you go or you're going to die. He doesn't know why there's convincing to be done. What? He's a little naive about that.
Yes.
So he's just going to go chill out.
These humans are very strange to you. Why don't they just have a melding and then everyone will know what to do?
Why does everyone get an opinion? Just do what the smartest person says to do, and we'll go. It's like
Luna. What has Luna been up to? They've kind of negotiated some protection for the town on the road, and that the town will be received in Twiland Hill. And then they have been going around town informing everyone of the fact that there's going to be a town meeting the next day with a performance in order to celebrate the Festival of Light, and have been kind of inviting everybody to come to that. What are you? That's going to be the following day. Is there anything that you would like to do with that downtime until the following day?
Okay, she's basically. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, so basically she's, as they say, gathering her shit together, and maybe praying to Thundra, asking her why is this happening. Maybe doubting. Just asking her why is this happening, trying to figure things out, and so she can know what to do next.
So you're going to try and just kind of pray to your goddess and ask for guidance. You don't have,
yes.
Do you have a there's
a spell, but it's not prepared.
Okay.
So...
Okay. So you're just kind of just throwing it out there.
It's okay, we can use it. If not,
I'm okay with you using it if you want to use that.
Yeah, sure.
So I think are you asking? Are you using the one where you ask a specific question and get either wheel, woe, or both, or neither?
Making sure.
Okay. Just throw up there with the either the spell or class feature that you're using. And otherwise, if you're not doing that, I will let you know what happens instead. If it's more of just Luna throwing a prayer out to Thundra.
I'm trying to find the spell. I'm not sure why it's not showing anymore. Okay, let's just say she's just praying. I can't find it.
Is it augury or?
Yeah, augury is one of them. Augury is Augury is the second level spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you can cast augury as a ritual, so that's fine. I will allow you to do that even if you don't have it specifically prepared for this day.
Okay, so for whale and woe, if possible.
Okay, so you are asking you have to ask a yes, basically
augury is more specifically if you have a direct plan of action. So it's like, okay, this road is left or right. We're planning to go left, and then you get a sign from the god that's like, oh, that would be bad. If you went left, you're going to face a lot of trouble. And then you go right, and something terrible happens anyway because D&D.
Will it work if the
She's taking her shower.
If Beraldi has the cure, perhaps, or just ask if her father is still alive. if that's possible, or it doesn't work like that.
It's more okay. So augury is specifically a plan of action, like more like
Maybe if you framed it as, if I go back to Baraldi for the
Okay, okay,
cure, will that help
okay,
my father?
yes,
okay.
like something like
Yes,
that.
them staying with, yes, going back to Peraldi, will it help her find a cure, or should she go back to her village?
Okay.
Perhaps.
Okay. So you spend some time, um, you spend some time preparing the ritual and preparing yourself to communicate with your goddess, and you ask her if returning to Baraldi will offer um, will offer benefit, right? Will is that what you need to do essentially? Is
Yeah,
going
more or
back
less.
to
Yeah.
Baraldi the right thing?
Mm-hmm.
And you you receive a sign of wheel.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense.
You can remember your understanding of what wheel means in this situation is up to your interpretation, right?
Yeah.
It simply means that that path will lead to some good result.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
Okay.
And if possible, ask. No. She just asked Chandra, why is this happening? You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Um, you ask and ask, and you, in your prayers, you hear this just silence. You're left with that question echoing in your mind, at least in your prayers. Um, Mirth, what spells are you casting?
I'm going to ritual cast Magic Mouth.
Okay.
I'll pull up the description for you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, display. All right. So I'll cast it once on the one of the chains hanging from my right horn.
Okay. The ones that you just
Um,
purchased this evening?
no, the chains on my horn, not the bracelets.
Oh, okay, okay.
So like I have little earring
Right, yeah.
trinket things.
Yep.
So one of them on that. The message will be, I'll whisper it so it's really quiet, and it'll be, heads up. And the trigger condition will be if any invisible creature, tiny or larger, comes within the range of the spell. It will say that.
All right, I'm going to read the spell, okay?
Go for it.
You implant a message within an object in range, a message that is uttered when a triggered condition is met. Choose an object that you can see and that isn't being worn or carried by another creature. Then speak the message, which must be 25 words or less. Through it, though it can be delivered over as long as 10 minutes. Determine the circumstance that will trigger the spell to deliver your message. When the circumstance occurs, a magical mouth appears on the object and recites the message in your voice and at the same volume you spoke. If the object you choose has a mouth or something that looks like a mouth, the magical mouth appears there so that the words appear to come from the object's mouth. When you cast the spell, you can have the spell end after it delivers a message, or it can remain and repeat the message whenever the trigger occurs. The triggering circumstance can be as general or as detailed as you like, though it must be based on visual or audio or audible conditions that occur within 30 feet of the object. For example, you could instruct the magic mouth to speak when any creature moves within 30 feet of the object, or when a silver bell rings within 30 feet of the object. So, if an invisible creature moved within 30 feet of the object, it would not know that that was happening. Because it needs to have a visual or audible condition. So they would have to be able to hear it, but the spell has no way of confirming that the thing they heard was an invisible creature. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I was just this was actually a spin-off. I read a post on this, and I was curious to try it out in game.
Yeah.
Because it says the circumstance can be as general or as detailed as you like.
Sure, you can make it detailed, saying that when an invisible creature moves within range of you, that it will tell you that, but the spell has no way of determining that a invisible creature has moved within 30 feet of you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Because there's no visual or audible condition that would alert the spell to the fact that there's an invisible creature there. The spell has no way of detecting that creature. It has to be able to see or hear the trigger.
Okay, but I don't think the senses don't originate from the object, right? Because otherwise it would be, because the object itself doesn't have senses.
Right. But it still says that it's based on visual or audible conditions that occur within 30 feet of you. And I'm pretty sure that it is specifically stated that way because the intent of the designer was to not, because there's a detect invisibility spell, right? So like if you were able to cast Magic Mouth at 2nd level and have it last for let's say until dispelled, you would always have a way of detecting invisible creatures at the cost of a 2nd level ritual. And I don't think I think that functions outside of the intent of the spell. So I don't want you to. I could just say, okay, you cast that, and then not let it work because Mirth thinks it works that way. When it doesn't. But I don't think that's a very fair thing to do as a dungeon master, to just kind of like, have an invisible creature popped up and you'd be like, well, I cast that spell, and I'm like, well, the spell doesn't work that way. I think you would know as a caster, you would kind of know that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. In that case, I will word it as whenever a non-humanoid creature approaches within 30 feet of me.
A non-humanoid.
Non-humanoid.
Okay. For the sake of this, I'm going to... Sarani is a plant creature, but I think that we could qualify it as a humanoid plant creature, so that it's not constantly going off whenever he's near.
That would be very nice.
It's not classified as a humanoid and a plant.
Yes, exactly.
Awesome. Then I will keep the other 2 uses.
Okay, that's fine. It specifically says visual or audible, and I don't think that that if there was an audible, like if it heard an audible footstep nearby, I don't know that the spell would be like, oh, that's an invisible creature. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it was just very ambiguous because it doesn't say what senses the spell has, because it, as detailed as you want, seems to imply that the spell has extremely acute senses.
Right. So the trigger, in that condition, like, it's saying the trigger can be as detailed or as general as you want. So it could be as general as, like you said, whenever a non-humanoid creature comes within the spell's range, I want it to whisper that to me. That's a very general thing to say. It could be something much more specific to say, if Vasir tries to give me a hug, it will whisper this. Okay? Because that's a very specific condition, right? And it can be that specific. But I think that's what it means in that context, is like the trigger is something you can paint with a broad brush, or the trigger is something that is a very, very, very specific set of circumstances. However, at the same time,
I'm sorry, but literally, when you said that, the first thing that came into my mind was the idea of Sparks casting that spell, so that whenever anybody tries to hug her, it just loudly goes, "Don't touch me!"
yes, exactly. So yeah, I think I've gotten my point across. I think you understand what I'm saying. So I don't want to just keep rehashing it and saying the same thing over and over.
I will keep the other two uses then.
Okay.
And I'll join Vasir and Angus in our room.
Okay. All right. The next that night it goes by rather quietly. Sarani, you and Sharp Eyed are spending the night out in the swamp. Is that your intention? You'll camp out there. Okay. Give me a D12 roll, please.
Sure. Of course, it's a 12.
You know, I can't see that home. It is in fact a 12. Okay. You spend the night out in the swamp. And as you are resting, there is a hold on, I'm sorry. Okay. You're spending the night resting, and as you take a watch, right? You and Sharp-Eyed each take a watch that night. You take a watch and you are looking out over the swamp. And as you do, you notice that the lichen that you are so very used to being down in the cave, the phosphorescent lichen, appears to have grown on some of the trees and on some of the more watery areas of the swamp. It just kind of floats on the water in spaces. And when you had been traveling, you had seen nothing like this in the past.
I collect some of it.
Okay.
Is it tainted?
I
mean, I'm gonna smell it and kind of, play with it a little bit and kind of,
you remember
take a little taste.
You remember back to when you first came to the circle, and the lichen that lit the cavern was this just dazzling luminescent yellow green, and it just gave off a feeling of warmth as you would look at it. But as time went on, there were places within the cavern that, when that mist touched or hovered near the lichen, it began to swirl with many different colors, colors that would like change and move as it would glow. And that the lichen that you're looking at and holding now, and that you see, is moving with that same odd shifting color.
Okay. I'm going to spend a first level ranger spell slot.
Okay.
To activate my primeval awareness.
Okay.
I will put that in there for you so you can read it.
Thank you very much. You can use your action and expend one ranger spell slot to focus your awareness on the region around you. For 1 minute per level of the spell slot you expend, you can sense whether the following types of creatures are present within 1 mile of you. You
Or
do
up to
not.
6 if I'm in my favorite terrain, which I am.
Okay. You do not sense any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
Within 6 miles.
Within 6 miles.
Right. That's good.
Yes. No. You
Okay.
at the very. You're much further than 6 miles away from where you had come from because it took you several days to get back to Anchor.
Yes.
So none of that within 6 miles. But the fact that this is growing here in the upworld does not seem right to Serani because you have not seen it in the days of travel that you went through, and you remember the humans being very that the humans had a particular response to the Lycan when they came into the cave of almost wonder at it. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, it registers
Yeah.
with you that this does not belong here.
I'm gonna wake up Sharp Eyes, and we're gonna look to see if we can find a large cluster of this. Is there a place where it's kind of oozing out of the ground? Is there a tree that's more covered than all the other trees around it? Is there
Sure,
like a
give me-
root system?
Give me an investigation roll.
Sure.
Or survival if you're better at that. I would allow that.
Better at nature, but that's.
I
survival.
attribute nature to kind of like what you would know about nature, and survival to more of survival and investigation to kind of searching things out.
Yeah, nature's more academic. Survival is more just like, hey, did you know that this berry over here won't give you the shits?
Right. It seems very spread out to you. You don't find anything that looks like it's a source or font of this stuff coming out of the
Which
ground.
is more disturbing to me than actually finding a font.
But you just see patches of it in various places, and the further you look into the swamp, you notice that it is not in one particular spot, but that it is as again sprinkled throughout.
Yeah. Sharp Eyes and I will head back into town, and we'll stay right outside of town.
Okay.
And we'll finish our night outside of town. I mean,
Okay.
it's not something that's like I don't need to go wake everybody up because there's glowing lichen, but it is something I will mention to them in the morning.
Okay, that's fine. In the meantime, Luna, you had
Yes.
something.
Before night ends, Luna tries to ask Vasir if he can spend the night with her so she won't be alone.
Seer is very amenable to this. He asks if she wants to stay in his room or if she wants him to come over to her room.
We can use mine.
All right, cool. Let me just go ahead and grab, I don't know, I guess my bedroll? Yeah, that'll work.
Sure.
Are you sure that you're gonna be okay just in general right now? Is there anything I can do? Maybe like get you something to eat, get you something to drink?
In general, I do feel fine, but knowing that imminent death is coming and I can't do anything to stop it. I mean,
It's-
with all the gifts I have, I've saved maybe hundreds of people, but when it really matters, I can't.
Well, if you're
There's
calling it inevitable, then you're already kind of giving up. And you don't need to do that. You still got all of us. You still got loads of time. I'm absolutely certain of that. We'll find somebody who knows way more than any of us, certainly way more than me, and they'll be able to help you. there is never such a thing as a problem that can't be solved.
I'm gonna say, you see a small smile on her face after you said that?
Anyway, do you want some like hot tea or something?
No, it's fine.
You sure? Because that ice looks painful. Can I touch it? Actually, no, that was weird. Never mind. Don't pay attention to me. All of that, of course, being in character, yes.
Yeah. I guess she spends the night asking about Vizier, getting to know him better.
She'll definitely get basically everything that he's comfortable explaining, which is most things. He will go over the fact that he doesn't really know who his parents are specifically. They dropped him off when he was young. His sensei, he will explain to him that they dropped him off because his family is apparently a part of some tribe that values strength, and Vizier kind of, as a baby, was considered really, really puny. So, thinking that he wouldn't fit in, they decided to drop him off somewhere else where they think that he might be accepted and be able to have a normal life. And while he's kind of okay with this, since everything seems to have turned out all right, he's a little annoyed that they decided this for him as opposed to trying to do things on their own. Seemed a little presumptuous, but at the same time, not like he can argue. He was a baby. He'll regale her with at least a few tales of some of the things that he went through during his time at the monastery, and also probably tell her about the time that he, very shortly after leaving the monastery, he came to his first trading post, and there was one tavern and one barn in the trading post that was responsible for all of the business. And while he was inside the tavern, he was just kind of enjoying himself, trying out his new drum that he was given before he left, trying to entertain people. And apparently, one person told him to shut up. Another person told that person that he doesn't get to say anything, and that he wants to hear more. And they got into an argument, which started a fist fight, which started a lot more fist fights, and all of a sudden there's a tavern brawl. Vizier, not really knowing any better, decided that his best course of action at this point would be to forcibly stop the tavern brawl by punching absolutely everybody he could in the face until they were unconscious. Well, by the time sort of a patrolling force of guards were able to be contacted and brought there, everybody was kind of unconscious, and Vizier was just sort of standing there, very proud of himself. But he got arrested along with everybody else, and the prison wasn't really a prison since they had to kind of just use the barn instead of actually bringing everybody back to the nearest town, which was a decent ways away. And they had to basically explain to Vizier that his job is not to keep the peace. His job is to run away if there's some sort of public problem like this and let the actual authorities handle it. Thankfully, he was spoken on behalf of by the bartender there, who informed them that he was just trying to help. He's just a little special. But he'll regale her with that whole tale.
When this long tale ends, she'll tell him, Vizier, may you dare to live the life you always wanted. And I guess they should get some rest.
Probably a good idea. Sure there's nothing else that you need before we go to bed?
Good night, Vizier. I'll see you
Okay.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
She sleeps with a headache.
Well, he's not expecting anything in particular.
A small
He
migraine.
just doesn't know what to do.
You two are
Yeah.
so awkward with each other. It's fantastic.
Well, that is kind of the point.
Yes, that is absolutely the point. That's why I said it's
Doing well.
fantastic. um,
And I will offer to Angus if he would like to finish the game of cards we started so long ago.
Absolutely.
okay.
Oh yeah, dude.
You two can determine who wins that game of cards and who wins money off of who. But in the meantime, the night passes. The rest of the night passes without event. You rest fully into the morning, and the next day you prepare for the town meeting. Sarani comes back into town. I'm assuming, and
Yes.
your humanoid companions, your human companions, are gathered early down in the common room of the Cracked Hull, which is where they had gathered before.
Angus. Vizier. I must speak with you.
Alrighty, daddy. Vasir's just kind of like doing his morning stretches while he wanders over to Sarani. Let's
This is
go.
great.
Okay, what is this about, Surani?
Sharp Eyes and I were in the swamp last night. Do you remember the glowing fungus in the caves?
What did that do again? I remember seeing it. I just can't remember what it did.
Right, it sort of shimmered. Gave
Well,
off
it's
light
not-
down there.
Yes, it glows quite beautifully, I might add. However, when the blight started, it started to glow with different colors and became quite unnerving. I have seen it out in the swamp by the village. It shouldn't be up here. It wasn't here on our way through.
Yeah, that stuff's only supposed to grow when it's dark out, isn't it? Like
Yes.
constantly, like in a cave?
Yes. It's now in the swamp.
Well,
I could not find a source of it. It seems to just be seeping randomly through the ground or making its way up through the tree roots or being manipulated to be here. I can't tell you that I could not find a source, but I know this is not a good sign. We have much less time than we thought.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's probably a good
Does-
idea that we're trying to get everybody out of here as soon as possible.
Does it smell of the blight?
Slightly.
Yeah, slightly. That's a good call.
It's not the blight itself. It's
I guess I was just thinking that Baraldi sort of indicated that Warriga wants to marry the swamp. I was thinking maybe it's this swamp spirit is what's causing this, but if it's the blight, then it couldn't be that.
I think it probably has to do with her.
but this is much sooner than we thought.
It is.
And I'm
Something.
I'm afraid Baraldi may be in more danger than we assumed.
Something just occurred to me. It would probably be a really good idea. Can you today take Sharp Eye and have him lead you back to his tribe and let them know what's going on?
Yes.
We cleared out a big old problem for them a while ago, and they were happy enough to give us Sharp Eye as a result, and have him help us lead around and all such things. We told them that what we did was probably only going to be temporary, and they'd have to keep taking care of the fact that the blight mushrooms were sprouting around. But if even more types are being come up, they don't know what all types there can possibly even be. They only know of the one that we showed them. So you might need to let them know that they're going to need to find another place to live, and this place isn't going to be good enough either.
I could do that. I turned to Sharp Eyes and like, you take me, your home. Let's go. Does he understand me at all?
Home.
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 I try it in Druidic and Primordial, if he
Oh.
understands any of that.
When you say home, he kind of nods.
I'm going to look to Sharp-Eyed and sort of point vaguely in the direction of the swamp and go, Black Maw. Find Black Maw.
Sharp-eyed nods to you. Home. Black Maw. And he signals to Sarani to follow, and then walks out of the cracked hall.
Off we go.
All right.
I have
So
no idea where we're going.
you don't. You don't. How far was the village of the lizard folk?
I
Do you
want to
remember?
say it was like a day. It was like
I
an
think
8
it
hour.
was like a day or something.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
like the
camping
village itself, not their camp.
there. It was a full.
Yeah,
about
the
a day's-
camp was only a couple hours away, but the actual village was an extra like 3 to 4 hours.
Well,
If I remember correctly.
if Sharp Eye moves faster in the swamp, I definitely move faster in the swamp.
Okay.
So we can I don't know how fast he can go. I know that as a ranger druid, I can basically.
If you want to
Burn my
move
way
at
there.
if you want to move at a fast pace, he will move at a fast pace with you.
Well, yeah, I was just going to turn into a bat of some sort,
Ah,
some sort of night animal.
he
and
cannot
move.
move. I don't think that lizard folk have a swim speed that is faster than their walking speed. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you've done with his character, so
Sure.
I can't. I don't know what
he would have to
is.
move at maybe a fast pace for a humanoid. I don't think
Okay.
that there's any way he can move faster
Then I
beyond
will
that.
do the then I will do the
Okay.
same thing.
Okay, no
We'll
problem.
move it a
You
fast.
you have canonically seen what a horse looks like, though. You could try turning into one, and he could ride you there.
I could.
I don't know how well a horse
I
would
don't
do
think
in
a
the
horse would
swamp.
do well in the swamp. Artax!
The problem is I can't turn into a horse. I can only turn into something that's a quarter of a hit die.
You
So-
can. Yep.
So
Well, it's
you know,
it's a one. You're a druid, right? So it'd be a 1/4 CR.
yeah.
Is a draft horse or a
Yeah, I know a war
I think
horse is
they're
one
one.
half, so I think a pony might be a quarter, or like
What about a
a
crocodile?
riding horse
The crocodile have swimming.
has a swim
so you
speed
can't
yeah
until you get a little higher.
yeah.
until fourth.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's-
you travel at a
Well,
normal
one-
speed. It's gonna take you.
Because the avenging ghost of Gerard would show up and slay you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. The ghost of Gerard would show up and slay him. Yeah, it's gonna take you the day to get out there. So
Yeah, a riding horse is a quarter of a CR, but yeah, it would probably be pretty bogged down in a swamp.
Before Sarani goes, Angus would ask if we could have the sample that you've taken and just see if we can find anything out about it by sort of poking
yes,
at it.
I can collect more.
okay. If you don't mind, I'm gonna ask for a 30-second break. I need to run to the men's room real quick, and then we can
Sure.
pick up. I'm sorry about that.
Alrighty.
Be right back. Were you guys role playing? If you were, I'm really sorry because I
Oh no,
turned everything off.
that's fine. I Mirth just asked Luna if she would cast the sending spell for him sometime or another.
Ah, okay.
And I
So
asked
what degree? Oh yeah, he told me to if I saw more members bearing the brand that's on my shoulder to tell him.
Okay.
And for the question from earlier, what degree of familiarity do you have to have with the target of ascending?
I think you need to know who they are. Like not just like a name, right? You're familiar.
The wording of the spell to specify that they recognize your voice if they know you. So I think you can sort of have somebody who can do the sending spell send a message to somebody and you explain like their name and roughly where they are. I think it kind of can work that way. But again, DM's call.
Yeah, let me
yeah.
yeah, give me 1 sec. I'm looking. I want to take a look at something. So it doesn't have to be somebody that you know, right? Because if it says if it knows you. So with a creature with which you are familiar. So I just think you need to know who the creature is. I think that's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Guess.
Great. Did you say something? No.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Alrighty. New day, big day.
Yeah, it's a big day.
All right, let's get moving. So, what do we have to get in order? Anyone have any morning business? Sarani set out for the lizard folk village.
Sarani's headed to the Lizardfolk village, and all of you are getting ready for the meeting that evening. You well, let me do this. Sarani, you and Sharp Eye travel swiftly through the swamp. It takes, even moving at a fast pace, not worrying about being stealthy or quiet, but just moving as quickly as you can, it still takes you hours to get to where you're going. But Sharp-Eyed knows the way. He leads you very clearly through the swamp, very, very efficiently through the swamp. And knowing that you are what you are, he does not bother to avoid the watery spaces, knowing that that this will probably help you with your sensitivity to the light and the heat. You travel most of the day, stopping for a brief break to eat in the middle of the day. And towards the evening, you arrive at the Lizardfolk village. The trees there are covered in fungus.
And not the good kind, right?
Not the good kind. They are overrun with fungus. The Lizardfolk huts and bridges that had hung in the trees and built into the sides of them have collapsed to the ground with rot. Deep in a shadowy hut, you hear a voice. crooning sadly to itself.
I make my way towards the hut, cautiously.
You make your way towards the hut, and there is no sound other than the crooning. No marks of surprise.
I move into the hut.
As you move into the hut, you see a small fire built in it. It's much bigger than you had first imagined, as the ground kind of is a divot inside here, and there's there's an opening in the tree that it was leaning against that kind of makes the space bigger on the inside than it first appears. And you see a hunched figure sitting near the fire with a wide-brimmed leaf hat pulled down low over its face. The hands that are held out to the fire denote a lizard folk. And in this space you see no sign of the blight. Not the same as you saw upon the outside. And I'll switch back to the other group real quick. All of you are preparing throughout the day, gathering what you need, eating, telling what others of the townsfolk you need to tell. But the day goes quickly and that night comes upon you. And people are gathering around the anchor in the center of town, awaiting this supposed celebration. Gerd stands on the outskirts of the village square with his son Bart. He's, as I've said, a very hardy-looking halfling, and he crosses his thick arms in front of his chest as he watches everybody gather. The blacksmith stands nearby to the front, since Vasir had said that he would need his help in convincing the folk of the town. You have your writ from the mayor. The mayor is nowhere to be seen, and neither are his daughters. But people gather, slowly but surely, a huge crowd. Remy has set up a table outside of the cracked hall and is serving food and beverage and making a little bit of coin off of it as he does what coin he can, trying to loosen up the crowd a bit. He's selling his wares for slightly less than he normally would, telling everyone that it is a Festival of Light discount that he is happy to provide for the town. And Vasir, you see that a last few stragglers show up, and then the crowd stops growing. And you know.
Okay.
Right before this, I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration on him. So, alright. You got this, buddy. Come on. You're pretty handy with that drum of yours.
Well, I hope so.
And I'll back him up with my flute if possible.
Okay, sure. Angus, did you roll for the next morning to see what you dreamed about that night?
I did. It's absolute chaos, as usual. Chaotic situation. And I have a little bit more knowledge about magic than I normally would.
Okay. And Luna, that night as you sleep well, knowing that a companion is nearby. I forgot to mention this earlier before we got to this scene, but you stand in the crowd contemplating it, or at least towards the front near your companions, contemplating the dream you had. A single figure in black robes, standing before a low pale light. And you just hear the words echoing in your mind as you remember this dream. They are not yet in my realm. are the only words that you remember hearing in a very, very low voice, kind of echoing out of this dark figure, this dark silhouette.
Okay.
But yeah,
just wanted to say, she approaches Vizier, tell him good luck, and before he does his thing.
Thanks. That's a lot of people. It's going to be a lot bigger than anything I've ever done before.
You have advantage on your performance. You have Mirth backing you up and Bardic Inspiration. So,
And Angus on the banjo.
and Angus on the banjo.
Angus on the banjo.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and roll first, and depending on what the roll is, as well as my Bardic Inspiration,
Sure,
we'll figure out how exactly this goes.
we will.
Yes, sir.
Might as well use the Bardic Inspiration. It's a 1d4, right?
1d6.
1d6. All right, so 21.
And
Pretty dang good.
Yes, I would agree. And then let me get a with Mirth and Angus playing instruments in the background. Mirth, why don't you give me a performance roll as well? You'll have advantage because you're getting aided by Angus.
Thank you. Oh, God.
It's a good thing you're the
Average.
backup dancers.
Vizier will have he has an entire sort of routine he's come up with.
Okay.
Most of it having to do with doing acrobatics whilst simultaneously playing his drum. Now, the issue of course, being that during any one particular major feat, doing a front flip or anything along those lines, it's a little hard to keep the beat. Thankfully, his drum is strapped around his waist,
Right.
so he doesn't really have a problem with keeping it on him whilst he's doing anything like this. It's just making sure that he doesn't end up screwing up the music while he does so. At several points, he will sort of jump towards the giant anchor and then jump off of it while sort of sliding on his knees towards different audience members before doing a backflip backwards and continuing, of course, to beat on his drum the entire time. At one point, he unstraps his drum and then does like a handstand on top of it and then starts playing the drum whilst he has a handstand on it before flipping off and then bringing it back to his side and finishing it off with a bit of a crescendo and giving a big sweeping bow to the audience as he finishes.
I'll use a minor illusion to set off a little chain of fireworks
Nice.
when he finishes.
The crowd erupts with joy and clapping, laughter as you perform your different stunts and skills. The oohs and ahs and just the ebb and flow of the sounds of the crowd match your performance, and you have their complete attention as you finish and make your final bow. You get a standing ovation, but mostly because everyone was already standing as they watched.
Thank you, everybody. While I have you all here, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. I hope you're having a really good time at the moment. I do have some very important news for everybody that I really do need to let you all know. As you all know, there have been some problems as of late. Lizard attacks. I'm sure some of you have seen a very large vine man walking through town. Don't worry, he's one of the good ones. There is a problem that we have been experiencing, and it is one that I and the rest of my companions have investigated on your behalf. There is a major catastrophe that is coming to this land. I don't know when, but I do know it's soon. We have been organizing efforts to see what we can do about this. But the major, most important thing is that all of you would be best served by moving together to a new place and settling there until the catastrophe is averted. Now, I know this is going to be a very difficult thing to think about, a very difficult thing to consider. A lot of you have lived your entire lives here, if not all of you. It's going to be hard, and you might not even believe me as of yet. But I do have somebody who can attest to the fact that this problem is growing, and it's going to be affecting you very soon. As he sort of motions over to the blacksmith.
So as you've been saying this, the crowd at first doesn't know how to react to what you're saying because of the sudden, incredibly U-turny shift in tone, and they and then you hear a wave of whispers and questioning words and grumbling sounds and just a tidal wave of people speaking really with each other a lot. Just this murmur of sound. And by the time you are finished and you're motioning to the blacksmith, it's almost as if you've lost the crowd. And then as you motion to the blacksmith, he kind of walks into the center and sees that people are, reacting to what you've said rather than paying attention to exactly what your plan is and what you've suggested needs to be done. And he has his blacksmith's hammer on him, and he slams it against the anchor, sending out a loud ringing reverberation to grab the crowd's attention. And he just says, "Enough!" There's grief in his voice as he calls it out more than anything else. "What these men say is true. I have seen it. It killed my boy. He was overtaken by this whatever it is that affects our lands. We can't stay here. We need to go. He speaks the truth. Please. Please, we must leave. I and my wife are going. The mayor has already left. He's been gone for almost a day. We must go. We must."
I didn't know that last bit.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, you guys turn and say that to each other, and the blacksmith says, "He slipped out in the early hours of the morning. I was opening my shop. I saw him and his daughters leaving town." He looks at everyone. "You grumble. You talk amongst yourselves. You don't trust these strangers. They do have a writ from the mayor. I have seen it. But trust me, I have been your neighbor. I have looked upon this blight that has overtaken us. And if you do not want your sons and daughters to turn into the abomination that mine had, you will leave. You will follow these men. And damn the gods, but if you stay, it'll be on your own head." And he kind of drops his hammer and turns and walks off. At this point, the crowd has become silent and somber. And one of the men in the crowd looks at all of you and says, "What are we supposed to do? Where would we go?"
We've already set up some stuff. We're going to make this as easy as possible for all of you. If you're all capable, just gather up what you need and what you're capable of carrying. We're going to set up a caravan, and we already have some guards that are willing to escort you, that are capable of protecting you while you're on the road. And you're going to be heading towards Twyland Hill, where they have plenty of room for all of you.
Another voice speaks up. In numbers, we might be safe on the road. And you say you have guards? How many?
Sort of glance over to our crime boss, like, how many you got? We never really established that.
He looks over at you, and Gerd addresses the town. Everyone! I'm over here, down here. Gerd Iron Oak, you all know me. I fix your ships. I provide you with barrels and other containers. And you know that I bring in goods that everyone needs for this town. We're going to be going with you. I've contacted the rest of the Iron Oak Company that has its warehouse in Twyland Hill. They're going to send some people, some caravan guards. They're going to send them down the road to meet us. But we'll be traveling for like a week with just us through the swamp, which is dangerous for the first few days. The boy and I, Bart and I, we can do what we can do. We're just a couple of halflings, but we've been caravan guards in the past as we worked our way up, so we know what to expect on the road. Hopefully these fine people wouldn't mind escorting us at least through the swamp, since this is their idea, until we get to the road. There's a trading post. There's a village. Well, there was a village not far outside the swamp. We can stop there, maybe. At least for a night. Last I remember. And then, beyond that, a couple days, there's a trading post on the road where we can pick up some supplies if we need it. The rest of the way, though, it's all road. A lot of caravans move up and down that road, so we should stick as close together as we can. But hopefully by the time we reach that, the Iron Oak Company will have sent some caravan guards to keep us safe and escort us the rest of the way. I've been assured that those of you looking for work will be able to find work in Twyland Hill, at least for the time being. I know there's some openings in the warehouse and a couple of other places. I've been assured. Hopefully this will be enough. But
and of course, all of us are going to head with you, at least as far as the swamp goes. We might not go the entire way with you, but that's because we need to go find some people that can help us come back and potentially save Anchor.
If you save Anchor, can we come home?
Of course, if we do. But until then, you'll need to stay in Twyland Hill.
A small child looks up at his mother and says, I'm scared. And one of the fishermen, one of the ones you saved on the docks from the lizard folk that first night in town. We trust you. You've saved my life and a couple of others. We saw that you are good people, and we don't doubt that. We don't doubt that what you're saying is true. At least not me and a few others. We'll go. We're putting a lot of faith in you.
And we appreciate the sentiment, and we hope we can do our best to return it. I know Twyland Hill is a very nice city, and this is a big change, but coming from someone who's been forced to make these changes my whole life, I can assure you, with people, with a community as strong as this one, I These four are the closest I've ever gotten to people for the last 20 years of my life, and there is nothing like having people there to support you, especially during something like this. So, coming from someone who spent their entire life on the run, your village, as long as you guys stick together, I promise everything is going to be okay.
One of the women in the back yell, "What's wrong with the swamp?"
It's currently having a problem of very dangerous and poisonous fungus that is coming up from way down beneath. The source of it is a massive fungus that is guarded by a great many strange creatures. We do not currently have the manpower necessary to take care of it just yet. That is the main thing that we need to take care of in order for Anchor to be saved.
Is it a curse? What if it's a curse? If it's a curse, it might come with us. What if we're cursed? Are we cursed? These
There
are
is no
various
curse.
voices. These are
None of
various
you
voices.
are cursed.
There is no curse. This is something that is happening tangentially to all of you. Apparently, there is a event that was predestined to happen from a long, long time ago that is causing all of this, and you just so happened to have a town right above where it's going to happen.
When do we have to leave?
As soon as possible.
I would say at least within the next week.
You said you wanted us to travel together. Is that right?
It would be
Safety
easiest to
in
escort you
numbers.
if you did, yes.
Then we should decide on a day to leave.
3 days from now? Does that seem reasonable?
Everybody okay with 3 days from now?
Sort of any businesses you have, round up your animals, take the things you'll need, bring as much food as you can for the
Excuse
road.
me. People are nodding at this point. You have people all through the crowd nodding. We will do this. 3 days. Yes, 3 days.
If
Okay.
anyone needs any individual help, please come see us. We're going to be here. We've got all of our things with us, so we're at your service.
I'm not great with a tool, but I can lend a good hand.
You,
I'm handy with a flute.
the people begin to disperse as the decision to leave in 3 days is made, and there is much talk between the different people. From what you can tell, if you didn't get all of the crowd, you've gotten most of them. There is talk between them, but it seems like you pulled it off. Gerd walks up to the four of you, and he says just that. Seems like you pulled it off.
Yeah, thankfully. Everything went pretty good.
Listen, the mayor skipping town, that's my fault. He was gonna do it. He was gonna do it anyway, but I told you I wouldn't harm him. I told you I wouldn't kill him. So I went to his house. I told him what was up. I told him if he didn't get the hell out of here before I had a chance to see him again, that he would have he wouldn't have any more time. And that if he wanted to save his daughters, he better get them the hell out of town fast.
All in all, I think it actually was probably a really good idea. The blacksmith able to tell everybody that it happened. I think that it added a sense of urgency to what we were saying. If it was just me or just him saying that something bad was happening, then of course, the next course of action would be to go ask the mayor what he thought. But if he's already gone, then, I mean, that's his opinion right there.
Gerd smirks. Yeah, that's why I did it. And he kind of turns around to walk away. And he says, hopefully the mayor and his 3 young daughters will be okay on the road by themselves in the middle of a dangerous swamp where I hear rumors of cultists worshiping snakes. And he keeps walking away as he says that.
Great. Now I really want to go after them, but it was already this morning that they left.
Oh, yeah, they've been gone for hours.
If you think you could cover the ground in time, we could make a scouting run.
If I had Phantom Steed, it would be a lot easier.
I've got a horse, but I don't know.
I crave that troll so badly.
They've been gone for a while.
I mean,
I'm not
and
sure.
they
there's
could
anything
also
we can do.
they could also take in any route at this point.
Yeah, they left, at this point it's evening, and they left when the blacksmith was opening his shop, and you're performing this in the evening. So it's been at least 12 hours that they've been gone, maybe more. Just so you're aware.
Yeah, they could be anywhere up the coast right now, so.
Nothing I can do about it now. Well, hopefully at the very least they're okay.
As you guys are pondering this and discussing this, kind of at the same time, taking a sigh of relief that things went so well. At that same moment, Sarani, you've entered the hut. And this creature looks up from beneath her wide-brimmed leaf hat at the both of you. And you hear her say in a language you don't understand, something to the lizard man beside you. And the lizard man speaks back. It is a language you don't understand, but that you've heard him speak before. You see the muzzle of a lizard folk kind of peeking out from beneath this brim, and you see the points of 2 horns that kind of come down along the sides of her face that she keeps carefully hidden beneath the hood, but you see the little points there. You have exceptional vision in the dark. And she says to you in broken common, I do not know if you come save lizard folk. They gone, those who can. The rest they dead. I stay. I use what know to keep as much of the bad at bay. It not work so well, but it not affect me. You leave Black Maw alone. She stay in swamp. You take Sharp Eye. He go with you. Protect those who save us, at least for time. This not get better. Not for a long time. You take this to them. It may help. Sharp Eye tells me who you come with. And she pulls a staff out of the ground and holds it out to you, Sarani.
I will accept this gift on behalf of our circle. But why do you not want to come with us? Why would you stay here?
She kind of... You are young. No. Very young.
Yes.
She takes her hat off, and she is a lizard folk with jet black scales. And, as I said, 2 horns that come from the sides of her head around towards her mouth. This my mother swamp. She gone a long, long time. I stay. It's my place now. I
Very
guard.
well.
You take this to Human. Human with happy face. It help you, I think. You tell
Which
you-
human?
Human with human who smiles much and talk much.
Ah. Very well.
You tell him that Blackmaw glad they okay and think they help. Still grateful, though village dead, and many had to leave. When time right, lizard folk be back. We always be back. You
Which-
take Sharp-Eyed too. Sharp-Eyed, help you save village, save humans, save swamp, make good.
Where
Sharp-Eyed,
did-
good warrior.
Where did your people go?
They go out to the salty waters. Their island close by. Not good for human. But lizard folk, good survivor. They make home there.
I understand. I wish you well. I hope that I will see you again someday. And with that, I take the staff, I shove it down inside my branches so it doesn't go anywhere. I turn to Sharp-Eye, I'm like, we leave now.
Sharp-Eyed
Quickly.
nods. Sharp-Eyed nods.
And we turn and make haste back to the humans.
Okay.
On a side note, why is my character's the only one that has to run everywhere? Just out of context.
Because
Just
you
like-
make rangers all the damn time, man. That's why. Stop building ranger characters.
Also, just in our particular case, when we're trying to calm a group of people, but also inform them that something is very serious that they need to take seriously, having the big vine guy be like, "Listen to us," is not a great thing for us to do.
I have a feeling that your mission to go into the swamp was more about getting you out of town than actually going to
Yeah.
tell the lizard folk.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
both. It served two purposes.
It's for two purposes. Yes, yes. You could almost say that my going into the swamp the first time was foreboding or foreshadowing.
The
But yeah,
yeah. So
yeah, we
you
make our way back.
you make your way back. And skipping ahead a little bit, the town will end here a little bit, a little denouement. The town is gathering their goods, essentially building a caravan in the center of town. They've gathered wagons and a train, and over the course of the next couple of days, they load what goods they have into those wagons. Gerd has boxed up the things in his warehouse and stamped the Iron Oak seal upon them, and has distributed some of those boxes amongst the wagons and the caravans. The town works together. There are some who refuse to leave, and though you try many attempts to convince them to go, there are always those who are stubborn and will stay. You do your very best.
Hurricane watchers.
The staff that Sarani brings back from Blackmaw, he gives to you, Vasir, and it is of fine make. It is covered in it is covered in what you come to realize with Mirth's help, because Mirth, you can cast comprehend languages, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So what you come to realize with Mirth's help is that it is covered in draconic runes. And it is carved from what appears to be bone. I will tell you that the staff is a +1 quarterstaff, but I will tell you what it does at a later. I'll give me 1 second.
Make him suffer. Make him wait.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Nah, we'll do that to the series and I'll spend it.
Okay. So it is a +1 quarterstaff. It does. I don't think it requires attunement. I'll let you know. But it is. Mirth tells you, studying the staff, that that this is made of dragon bone. As he studies the staff and spends some time with it and uses his arcane knowledge to kind of look over it. You don't know how Black Maw got dragon bone, because dragons haven't been seen in 1,000 years. But this staff is made of the bones of a black dragon. The property that gives it is that it will grow slightly warm when within 120 feet of a dragon. The item also allows you to speak and understand Draconic while you bear it. Meaning that you can now communicate with Sharp-Eyed.
Hey, swag.
You know, if it's a quarterstaff, you know who it's got to go to.
It was. She specifically said to give it to you.
I mean, I'm just saying.
However, I will tell you this. Whoever bears the staff will need to make a wisdom save at the start of each day, or will feel a covetous nature and become obsessed with material wealth for that day.
That's going to be weird.
Yes. Yes, it is.
that's just a weird thing. Can you imagine a greedy Vizier?
It has absolutely no effect on him.
What's that?
If Angus wields it, it has absolutely no effect on him.
Yes.
Well, see, that's the thing. You said I gave it to Vizier. I was going to give it to Angus.
Okay. You can give it to Angus. You bring it back to the group. I'm just telling you what it can do. Okay?
I give it to Angus because she's the one that smiles and talks a lot.
You interpreted that as Angus. That's amazing.
That's great.
To be fair, if you had given it to Angus, Angus would probably have been smart enough to go like, "Well, I can't use this, so this would have been better use of it." So
she said, "Give this to you, the one that smiles and talks a lot." And I hand it to Angus, and Angus is like, what am I supposed to do with the stick?" Vizier, package for you.
Resident stick expert.
actually, should I roll the wisdom save when he gives it to me to see if I'm willing to give it up?
Yes.
Oh. all eyes on the DM to see if that
Does
works
a
or
12
not.
pass? I mean,
Yeah,
that's-
yes, it passes.
Okay.
So here's the deal. I'll just tell you right now. If you're each day that you have the staff, you will need to make a wisdom save to see if you start coveting material goods that day. Okay. It is a DC 10 wisdom save. Okay. It's not hard to overcome. And it is not, but you do become mildly obsessed with coveting material goods for the day. If you already are that type of person, you can forego this wisdom save. So,
God, imagine a greedy Vasir. It's gonna be just strange.
So I had it for a day. Do I need to make a roll? But I don't know what. The problem is even if I covet material things, I don't know what they are.
No, I'm gonna say that it's an attunement thing. Okay, I think you have to
Okay.
attune to the staff, and then if you are attuned to the staff, that comes through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't know. Even if Sarani fails, I don't know what things are. So I don't know what's valuable and what's not. Like I would be hoarding water.
And then the other thing is that it has 4 charges. Okay, you roll a d4 to recharge it every dawn, and you can use a charge to cast Acid Stream. It's a UA spell for 1
That is
charge.
good.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Out of the end of the staff. So you actually have to point the staff at the thing, and acid shoots out of it. One for each charge. So you can do that 3 times. You can if you use the last charge, it just becomes a non-magical bone staff and loses all of their properties. Okay.
Okay.
So
That's a good spell, though.
it is.
Yeah, it is a good one.
So yeah, you have the staff of Blackmaw.
Yes. Way to go to see you.
Do you mind if I rename it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it Dragon's Drumstick.
Okay. Nice.
I feel like that's a good one.
Well, its official name in the lore of the world is Black Maw's staff.
Did you?
But it has quotation mark. It has little parentheses. Dragon's drum.
Did you write that stuff down? I hope.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Right at the end, Mirth is going to approach Sarani very tentatively. Hey, plant.
Yes.
I noticed you got a special stick way back in the caves. Do you
Yes.
know what it does?
No.
Would you like me to
Want
take
it?
a look at it for you?
Do you want it? Here. And Sarani hands it to you.
Thank you. So I'll have a look over that. It was a wand of web, right?
Yes.
We'll keep that. I will also go over to Angus, and I'll pry the slippers off my feet, and then struggle to get my boots back on. And then I'll hand them to him and say, "You probably need these more than me, and now you can have the matching set."
I will try to make use of them for better purposes than I might have done in the past. To be fair, if we come across a 300 gold piece diamond, I did already kind of promise Luna I would steal one, so...
Go for it. Fuck it. Have some fun. Climb a wall. Steal a diamond, dude. All for it.
Thank you, Math.
You're welcome. Cards. Angus, right? Is that your name?
Like I said, cards works. That's
I'll see what I can do.
this me that I am now, so...
Sounds
it
good.
works.
That that stick, by the way. Where did I jot
Yes.
it down?
I think you said it was a wand of web way back, right?
It is, yes. It's a wand of web.
All right. If Sarani is okay with that, I will keep it.
Okay.
Yes, he has. The Serati has no problem with that.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. And sorry, final matter. Does Luna have a second?
Sure.
Great. I will. Um, if you could cast sending to someone, I would greatly appreciate it.
Of course.
All right.
To who?
So
To
the recipient is my brother. His name is Silver.
okay.
I don't really know what he looks like, but I'm hoping the magic will be able to circumvent that if you know about his general identity. And I have the message. I'll write it down on a little note of paper. And if Luna casts, I'm assuming she can just say it back.
Yeah.
So the message is, "Hey Silver, it's Mirth. Charity is dead. I have solace. Currently in Anchor, traveling inland soon. I know where Pride is. Whereabouts, status, company." That's 24 letters, and then I'll make the 25th. Love.
Okay, let me I need to look at the calendar real quick.
Go for it. I'll
What?
type out the message in chat if you need it.
Go for it. Oh snap. Okay. This is this is going to be so the day that you arrived in town and started doing all of your convincing was the first of Hexen, okay? The day that you did your performance was the second. This is now the third or fourth, probably the third. We'll say the third of Hexen. You leave the next day, and you send this message to Silver. Uh, Silver's response is, I gotta make sure it's 25 words, so I'm gonna type it out as well.
Dio learning something in chat that he didn't know, huh?
You guys,
Oh, I'm counting words.
you guys think we're on better terms with the blacksmith?
I doubt it.
I sure hope so. Oh, I'll also sheepishly go over to Vasir and tell him I went back and I said sorry to him.
The blacksmith?
Yeah, him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh.
Don't worry, it was weird for me too. Kind of hated it.
Sorry, I just give me like 1 second. Well, I'm glad you did so. You know, you don't have to tell someone when you do something good.
Oh, well, I felt the need to, because I don't think I've done a lot of inherently good things. And, yeah, it kind of weird. I felt welcome
So-
for a second.
so much pressure.
I guess.
It felt good doing something good, right?
Yeah. I don't know,
Yeah.
It's kind of.
There's like a little warm feeling that you get in your chest when you know that you've done something that you're supposed to do.
It was also a feeling of like, hey, this guy's not going to brain me with his forge hammer anymore. But yeah. it
Well,
was a warm
yeah,
feeling
that
as
too.
well. Yeah, it was a it was a little bit. I just don't understand how you people are satisfied doing it all the time.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the nice warm feeling that I get when I know I've done a good, it's good enough for me.
Respect. Maybe I can learn a few things.
Well, maybe. I'm not exactly a great teacher, but hey, at the same time, you and Angus are pretty streetwise. You can teach me a lot of things too.
Oh, I could teach you a lot of things, yeah, but I don't think you'd enjoy doing any of them.
Just keep it to things that aren't illegal. I'm sure you know how to do legal things that I don't.
Yeah. You want me to teach you play the flute?
Yeah, learning new instruments wouldn't be a bad thing.
Or you can give me a few lessons with that big old drum of yours.
It's going to be a lot easier teaching you the drum than it is me the flute, trust me.
All right. And I have your response.
Awesome.
Having heard the conversation that has just gone on, Angus is just going to whisper across into Merthir, sort of giggling a little bit under his breath. Imagine what would happen if we took him to a whorehouse.
I don't want to.
There's part of me that knows it's not a good idea. There's also part of me that really wants to do it, just to see how he'd react.
I just really want to drop him in the middle of it and just sit back and observe.
It's like he's a science mouse. You just want to see what the effects are. His head might explode. Might be fun.
It's a social experiment.
You receive this in reply. Not charity. In Ravenreach with the Phoenix Legion now. That Legion. Traveling to Grovair soon. Took many losses. Ancient Blue Dragon coming. Stay safe. Love.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So guys, I have some great news. There's also a dragon, apparently.
What?
Oh.
Surprise! Yeah.
What's a dragon? Oh, so sort of point at Sharp Eye. That, but like, whoosh, like really, 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 really big.
They're the things that make the rain happen. up in the sky.
Then why are you afraid of it?
Oh, because like the rain, dragons don't really care about whether we live or die.
I mean, everything any of you have ever heard about dragons have come from stories.
They're big old magical creatures that like eat us for just cuz.
They have really bad breath as well.
They're like big lizard horses.
Kind of, but like
with
way
wings,
smarter.
yeah. Like, and also really big.
Well, how big?
Also, I'm pretty sure they can like turn into people, so like they could be anyone.
They could be me.
Are
I'm
you a
pretty sure
dragon?
it's not you.
I guess we'll have to wait to find out.
Like how big?
Like
You see that house over there?
Yes.
Like that, but like a little bit longer.
Oh.
I
draw you a
heard
pic-
they're like
I'll,
that.
I'll draw you.
but,
I'll
like,
draw you a picture sometime.
Okay.
I heard they were like that, but like two of those on top of each other, and like 4 of those like in length.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a pretty small town. They're only small houses.
And they have big wings that go whoosh, and they can cause tornadoes.
Oh, really? I've never heard that bit of
What's a
lore
tornado?
before.
It's a big
Oh.
swirly bunch
There's
of
so much to
winds,
teach you.
and it
Oh.
like can pick up houses and throw them.
Seems dangerous to live up here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty dangerous.
Then again,
And-
there's not supposed to be any of them left, so that's a weird one.
Not supposed to be any of them. Then how do you get rain?
Uh,
Oh god.
I don't know.
Oh
And,
no.
I'm trying not to laugh hysterically while I'm trying to do this.
And we'll leave it at that, with
The best-
Serrani posing that question that leaves Vasir and Mirth both completely speechless as they ponder that moment. And
I think
the
"Oh
people
God" is the best reaction here.
the people in town are continuing to load up the wagons, and you know that the next day is the day that they will have to be on the road. That's the day agreed upon, and so
Excuse me.
we'll leave you in Anchor as it empties out, preparing to exodus towards Twiland Hill, and watch you as you level up to level 6.
Let's go.
Oh no!
Levels.
Oh yes, I get level 3
Decisions.
spells.
Oh my.
We'll see everybody next week, and
Yeah, boom,
thanks for
Geo.
watching.
Mind blown.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. Oh,
Stay
this is
safe.
crazy.
Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
And remember that if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, that you get one free Twitch Prime subscription that you can give out for free every month. And if you've enjoyed what you saw here, think about giving it to us.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks
Like I
everyone.
just did.
Yo, subscribe
Thanks,
to this guy. He's pretty cool. He's alright.
I got magic fists.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
I get my key empowered strikes.
Nice.
Oh no.
All right. We'll see you all next
I
time.
get extra expertise, so yay.
I get 3rd level spells. Oh, I put off my spell casting for a level, and this makes me so happy now. Oh, and I get better bardic inspiration.
Have a good
I
night,
have-
everybody.